All right. This is King Bucho, and I want to welcome you to BDA Boxing, the Boxing Debate Arena. Open Lines Friday. It's sort of a countdown show. The countdown has begun, and we are 1 day and 1 hour away from the big fight. So anybody can join. Everybody should join. The link is in the chat. I didn't add it in the description, but I'll add it pretty soon. The link is in the chat if you want to join us. Let's get this party started. Let's give a shout out to everybody in the chat. We have official boxing scorecard, the Hand History Vault, Lalo Lasoto, always supporting the show, Quick Sloth, Darhado, Nerd. Who else? I saw Jacques Cousteau before, the Quacks. All right, guys, let's get this party started. Let's start talking about what we witnessed today, the weigh-in. Tyson Fury coming in at 281 pounds and Alexander Usyk coming in at 226. Now, they both weighted in with their clothes on, so I don't know how accurate those weights are. But let's get this party started. BDA, your thoughts, or Don Madrazos, who wants to go first? 281 for Tyson Fury. I think he's obviously not... He's probably at 271. 75 max. So nothing's really changing that
Yeah,
much.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man? Did you catch the weigh-in?
I don't think I can hear you guys at all.
Oops, sorry, I was muted.
Oh.
Did you catch the weigh-in?
Yeah. Well, they both had their clothes on. We saw that, and Alexander Usyk had like chains on, like two.
Yeah, what the fuck?
And he didn't. He had all his clothes on, so he's probably. I'm gonna say 222.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta. I mean, anybody who weighs themselves on the scale weekly or when they cut weight, if you take your pants, your shirt, and your underwear off, you're gonna weigh like 2 pounds less at least.
Whoa!
So so if you have your chains on and all that shit, he's probably no different from when he was on the first fight. Now, Tyson didn't take off his clothes. He could be fucking with people. He could have weights in his fucking clothes too. We don't know. I mean, that's just that I wouldn't put it past him. but he probably gained some weight. Sure, he doesn't look ultra thin, although we can't tell because he's wearing a lot of clothes. Even during the workout, he didn't even throw any punches. He was just bouncing around with with some sweats on, so we
I
can
think
really
both
tell.
guys wanted to sort of hide their real weight, obviously.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Usyk really made it a conscious decision to do that. I think it was more on Fury's part. He made the conscious decision not to wear anything less than what he had. He always had layers on, even during the face-off, during the interview face-off when they were sitting at the table and all that stuff. So It's been very mysterious. Like, we don't know where he's going to come in. And I think that's his only chance. Listen, skill for skill, weight pound for pound, Usyk beats Fury. If Fury was Usyk's size and height, there's no doubt about it. He would completely get demolished by Usyk. So all he has in his favor is his weight and his size, which I think he's going to utilize a lot more in this fight, because he knows he can't beat him. He doesn't have enough tools in his bag to actually outbox a guy like Usyk. So,
well, I mean,
we'll see what happens. It's going to be interesting.
I mean, he believes he does have different tools. He does believe that he can change somewhat his style. They're talking about him being, well, he even said that he was clowning around too much. And this time around, he's going to be more focused. People have mentioned that he moves a lot, and there's a lot of wasted movement. And so this time around, he needs to stay more grounded.
I think he was clowning around a lot because in the first round, Usyk closed the distance right away. I don't think he was expecting that. What I suspect is that Tyson Fury was going to dance around and keep him at a distance because he knows that's his advantage, his length, right? So once Usyk completely cut off the distance, and I would say fairly quickly, he cut off the distance. Then the showboating and the clowning around started when he was trying to do the rope-a-dope kind of thing, and Tyson Usyk just backed off and let him have his moment. It's just he's not willing to engage in those games. I think he's just there to box and fight and come out victorious, and I think that's what he's going to do again. The weight thing is a huge issue. I mean, we're talking about a 55-pound weight difference here, possibly. I read an article. I think it was on Boxing Scene, and the writer was talking about how that fight could play out, and he kind of completely dismissed a possibility of Usyk getting hurt. I'm like, well, he got hurt in the first fight. And like you said, he's fighting a guy that's, I don't know how much, Fury's like 280, like 70, 80, 60-pound advantage, right? Okay, difference, 60-pound difference. Yeah.
Okay, so
there's about a 60-pound difference.
It's impossible that Fury cannot hurt Usyk, even drop Usyk. And they were mentioning, Usyk has never been dropped. A lot of his fights were a cruiserweight.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard, man. It's hard to tell because Usyk fought better on the inside too. Like Usyk's best moments were when he cut off the distance and he was inside. So if Fury is going to take it to him, it's going to might be better for Usyk because he doesn't have to go and look for him. Like the whole fight, he had to hunt him down, and he didn't get tired. There are moments where he slowed down, but he didn't. Overall, Fury got tired. Usyk didn't get tired.
Usyk got tired, but not to that point. I mean,
in this fight, if Fury plans to bring it to him, I think it's going to benefit Usyk a lot more. He might lay into his body. He might lay with uppercuts. He might do some looping hooks that will catch him. He can catch. Listen, this is what I think about Usyk. He can catch him on the way in, and he can definitely catch him on the way out. And we both saw that.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things where who knows if Fury fought like he did between round 4 and 7, then he wins the fight. But that's if he fights the way he fought between 4 and 7. Those were his strong rounds. Those are the rounds that I gave him. Those are the rounds that were not close. Those were dominant.
I'm sure they looked at those rounds. and they're gonna.
Yeah, those were dominant. Those were dominant Fury rounds.
All right, go on. Let me just get. Let's just get to the chat here a little bit here. The Quack. Yeah. The Quack says, "I feel like Fury will move less. He's clearly heavier this time around. I don't think he can do the road work anymore." Some people are saying that Fury's knees are gone. So if
that could be the case too. I mean, listen, everyone. These guys are not in their prime anymore. They're past it.
Yeah.
I mean, we all have to admit that we can't be under any illusions here that these guys are in their prime. There's no way. Usyk's 38 and Fury's
36.
You know, he's hard. He's big, and big people don't live that long either. They have joint problems. They have naturally, and the guy goes on benders, and he hasn't had the most healthy lifestyle. He every time he goes into fighting camp, it's a fat camp. So that's not a really good way to live your life as an athlete. But the guy is a specimen. I'll give him that. I mean, I have never seen a guy that big move so swiftly. But he is getting old also.
Yeah, he's 36. 8 count says Fury is roughly the same weight as in the Deontay Wilder rematch, the second fight.
Yeah, he was like 277 or 274 in the Wilder rematch.
Well, this time
Wilder isn't Usyk.
No, of course not. He's just pointing that out, which is true, though. 281 was the weight for today, but again, he was wearing a leather jacket, and God knows what he had in his pockets, and he probably had running shoes and all that. So
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past him to have, a couple of like 5-pound dumbbells in his fucking pocket. Who knows? We that's the thing, we don't know, man. The guy's been very
secretive.
The guy has been very secretive about what. Just like I don't know if you remember the rematch, the first Wilder rematch, he came out with a thick hoodie, and we couldn't really tell what weight he was.
Yeah. Remember, the white hoodie he had. Yeah. Sunglasses.
And then when Wilder tried to push him, he barely moved him.
Yeah. That could be true. He could be, and I was thinking, okay, you're right. We can't tell how big he is because he's wearing a leather jacket. Let's look at his face. But even his face.
His beard.
It's a huge ass beard. So
yeah, he's got the huge ass beard. So we can't tell if his face is sunken in. So we at this point we know nothing, but we do know something. We know that Usyk is the same.
Right. Yeah, he looks the same. And why would he try to change it? And why would Usyk try to change anything? Right.
I mean, he really doesn't have to. All he has to do is improve on whatever happened to him during round 4 through 7. He's got to make those adjustments, which he did, and he's got to make it. And he's going to have to make adjustments on the fly when he's in there, because if Fury tries to pull something out of the bag, I strongly believe that Usyk has more tools to adjust in a fight, and he will be able to do so. So the only thing Fury's got going for him is he's going to have to make it very physical and bully him and push him. I'm not surprised if there's going to be some elbowing and headbutting in the whole thing, and low blows.
That's a possibility. Mark T says Usyk was Fury's second worst performance other than the Ngannou fight. Yeah, I think what are Fury's top worst performances? Obviously, Ngannou.
I don't know what's the fight where he punched himself in the face.
I don't know. That was an old ass fucking fight. Wallin. Some people bring up Wallin. That was what?
That was a tough fight, but I think that was a very tough fight for him because he had that cut, and Wallin was making it really dirty. Remember when he at the end of one round, Wallin reached out and rubbed his glove on his face on the cut. Right. I don't know if you remember that, but I was like, holy shit, that's fucking ballsy.
Yeah.
And he had the worst cut imaginable, and they would not stop the fight.
Yeah, I think if it wouldn't have been because he was Fury, they would have stopped the fight. That cut was
if it wasn't Tyson Fury, they would have stopped the fight for sure. And also, if it wasn't Tyson Fury against the ropes in the first Usyk fight, they would have stopped the fight. It would have been a stoppage. The ref would have waved it off, because if Usyk just kept wailing, all he had to do was just keep wailing on him, and the ref would have just stopped the fight.
Yep, that's true.
And also, if we're bringing up his worst performances, that first fight with Wilder was pretty bad.
You're right.
That was. I don't know. I don't know, man. I think
it was bad. He was clowning around too much. He let him, like you were saying, if it was somebody else who dropped him, like when Usyk had him against the ropes, if it was someone, if that wasn't Fury, when Wilder put him down in that 12th, they would have stopped that fight. The way he looked, the way he fell.
That's true. The way he fell flat on his face, we've seen that happen, and refs wave it off. Like if a guy's counting and he's not getting up, and the way his eyes were open, like just staring up. I don't know. See that's another one too, man. I mean, you're right, completely right about that. I forget about how he just laid there, but he got up and he proceeded to win the rest of the round. So I gave him a lot of credit for that.
But I think it was one of his worst performances because you know what he's capable. Because we see what he's capable of in the next two.
Yeah, I think you're right. And in the next two, he decided to bully and just use his weight because he knew boxing, just pure boxing, wasn't going to do it. And that's what I suspect is going to happen here, too. He knows pure boxing is not going to do it. He needs to have a weight advantage. And he already has the reach advantage, which frankly didn't work out for him too well in the first fight. And then we'll see what happens with this weight advantage. That plus the reach advantage. He needs any advantage he can get. Because I think logically, you guys, I know for a fact you guys are logical about this. If they were the same weight, there would be no question Usyk would annihilate him. There's just no question about that.
Yeah, of course.
He's not,
But
I'm all emotion when I talk boxing, though.
What?
Well, I'm just saying logically, just where you gotta think. Like this is not. It's not even a debate. Like there's just. So what makes this more interesting to see is how actually what weight he's really going to come in at. Is he going to come in 10 pounds heavier? Is that all he needs? Is Sugar Hill going to be like, stop fucking around and sit down on your punches and turn him over? Maybe that's just enough to hurt him a lot more. You already hurt him in the first fight. You can probably put him down if you just turn over your punches and sit down on him. But if he sits down on him and he misses, he's open field for Usyk. Like that's. He's open game. He's just game. So a lot of questions, man. I'm more anxious to see the fight. This kind of intensity is better than some like stare down where people are just talking shit. I think this is a lot. It's a lot more mysterious, and it sounds a lot more like it's going to be fun.
I think the stare down was filled with sexual tension, and it made me feel uncomfortable.
Well, yeah.
Do you think they touched tips during? We didn't see it.
I don't know. I've heard some kind of statistic that if you stare at someone for longer than 7 seconds, and if you make eye contact for longer than 7 seconds, it's either you want to kill them or you want to fuck them.
That might be true. Hold on, let me try it out. Hold on, let me see.
But by the way,
yeah, I want to fuck.
I was looking at the prediction list right now here, and it says again, Usyk 5th round stoppage. I'm giving you one last chance to retract that, to change your prediction.
That was me.
Yeah, do you want to change it?
Yeah, no, I still have that. I stand by my word. Usyk 6th round stoppage.
All right.
Even with everyone in his corner, did you see that shit yesterday? Eddie Hearn, Frank Warren, everyone was just saying how Fury is going to beat Usyk again. It's like Usyk had to sit there and listen to these motherfuckers just put him down again. Fuck. Like underestimate him again. And it's like, are you guys serious? You learn nothing from the first fight?
Well, that makes me suspicious, right? And also I hate when I see the establishment like leaning for one guy, because I just made Fury my pick the other day. And I did that, kind of because I felt like everyone was leaning Usyk, but now I see the machine is actually leaning Fury, and I don't like that shit. And I keep bringing this up because it's going to happen eventually. At what point does the turkey's business interest affect the integrity of the sport? Because I don't give a fuck. He could be the biggest boxing fan, whatever, bro. And he has billion dollars, whatever.
Well,
at some point, they want to make some money back. At some point, they want to steer the direction in which the sport is going, right? You see how he wanted Fury versus Joshua. He's not going to get that.
Well, listen,
or, you know what I'm saying?
Hold on.
Wilder versus Joshua. He's not going to get that. So he's still trying to make sure he gets that Fury in that Joshua fight.
Never so.
Usyk
From what I understand,
Usyk has to make
Turkey's
it
already
like
getting pressure. Turkey's already getting pressured for because at the beginning they're losing money. They have been losing money apparently.
Yeah.
With this big fight, so he's under pressure.
Well, listen, Usyk has to make it like Donald Trump, too big to rig. He's gonna have to knock him out or put him down the same way. He's gonna have to make it too big to rig.
Well, if he goes to a decision, I think that's where. I mean, look at the first fight. One judge gave it to Tyson Fury. So
I know, which was insane. That was fucking insanity to me. It was unfucking real. I only gave Tyson Fury 4 rounds 4 through 7. That was it. Maybe 7 was a swing round. I don't know, but that's all I gave him. I watched the fight 4 or 5 times.
Madrazos in the chat, Eparaku says Madrazos on Usyk stick.
Say that again?
What?
On your
what?
Oh, you're saying you're on Usyk's stick.
Yeah.
Oh, did I stare him down?
You're saying your meat writing.
Yeah.
I probably stared him down for longer than 7 seconds, and I felt like having sex with him.
Why do you hate Tyson Fury, Tom Madrazos? Why do you hate Tyson Fury, Tom Madrazos?
Oh, I don't hate Tyson Fury. I don't hate him. Like I said, like when he was fighting Wilder, I was totally rooting for Tyson Fury. Yeah, I thought Fury was gonna kick the shit out of him, and then when he got up off that punch, he started winning the round. I'm like, he's fucked in the rematch. That's what I thought to myself. And no, I don't hate Tyson Fury. I just happen to think that Usyk is just a superior skilled fighter. And if Tyson Fury was so good, then all of his advantages would have worked in the first fight and he would have won. He clearly had more advantages. So
you guys sound like total conspiracy theorists. Are we being is that another wrong?
I don't know. That dude says he's a Serbian and he sounds like a fucking Australian, so I don't take anything he says serious.
Hey, anything's possible. I mean, one judge gave it to Tyson Fury the first time around, so
so we don't know. They can cook the books again, so we just have to see what happens.
Yeah. The Quacks is asking, what's the conspiracy? I mean, it's boxing.
The conspiracy that's being peddled, that they're saying I'm making a conspiracy where I said, at what point does the turkey's interest intersect with the sports?
Yeah, that's
integrity, and that's not a conspiracy, bro. That's reality. That happens all the fucking time. Do you watch boxing?
It's not a conspiracy when you have a group of people investing in something and they want their money back. So we all think Turkey Al-Sheikh has endless amounts of money here, but I think, yeah, you guys are right. Some of the fewer fights that have gone down that were supposed to be big were not that big. So I don't know.
They're on the red. By the way,
yeah, they're in the
Never Solvers. I'm gonna give you a chance to change your prediction.
Fuck.
Or you can stay with this, and you'll become a legend if Tyson Fury wins. You're gonna be up there with Olaf. And
oh my god, shoulder to shoulder with the gods.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hey, isn't Fury like the favorite to win? Is he on the booking?
It's close.
I would really like to be leading Fury if he wasn't the establishment favorite, but also it makes me think that they're gonna edge him out in a decision.
Yeah, I think I also either Usyk puts him down or he gets robbed. Those are the only 2 options I see.
Come on,
Damn.
Sobers. This is your last chance to change your prediction.
No, it's not too late. Hold on.
He said never Sobers by knockout with exclamation marks.
No.
All right. I'm not gonna say knockout. I'm gonna say
robbery. By what?
Yeah, I'll say that. I'll say Fury by by robbery.
That's,
I think he's
yeah, I can see that.
That's what I did with. That's how I hedged my bet when Spence and Crawford fought. I was like, well, if Spence can stand up for 12 rounds, he's gonna win.
Yeah, that's what I thought exactly. So, but he made it too big to rig, so he completely demolished him. So I don't see Usyk really demolishing him unless Fury stays still. And if Fury stays still and tries to sit down in his punches, I see Fury getting hurt again. I see them both getting hurt, but I think in the exchanges, I think Usyk will be a little too quick. And if he angles out, then it's gonna be like a piñata, like he's gonna get fucked up. So I don't know. It's hard, man, because we don't know what the fuck they weigh. We don't know what Fury actually is gonna weigh. We don't know.
Too much emphasis here on this weight thing. I mean, we already saw what happened in the first fight. Like, was it a determining factor in how the fight went, how it played out? Maybe not.
I think Usyk made good adjustments, and he made good adjustments on the fly, and he's been known to do that. So I don't think he's going to have a problem making adjustments. I think just he has more tools in the bag, and that's just my opinion and from what I see.
All right, and Michael Poe says, "Bucho, thank you for changing it to KO." I think I wrote your prediction twice, Michael Poe. In the chat, also we have somebody says. Phil Miles says Fury 9th round knockout. I'll try to write that one. We also have another comment that says that the clothes added like JA says clothes added like 5 pounds. Yep.
You know, man, I'm almost out of things to say about this fight. I think it seems like we've said it all. But the one thing that I'm interested that piques my interest when I'm reading comments all over the internet. It seems a lot of people now are overrating Usyk, just a tiny little bit. They're making him out to be a Superman or something that just you can't hurt him, you can't drop, like Butcher alluded to earlier. You know, that boxing article making it seem like Fury can't hurt him. Meanwhile, I read Steve Kim's latest piece on the fight. He goes, "Yeah, man, Fury had him on in trouble in the first fight." So this whole concept that a 6 feet 8.5 inch tall guy like Fury, or 6'7.5", I don't know how tall he is really, but that he can't hurt a guy like Usyk. He hurt him the first time. He can hurt him again in the rematch. Now, I started thinking, why are people sort of overrating Usyk a little bit here? If you think about it, we were high on Usyk even after the Chisora fight. After the Chisora fight, that's when a lot of people said, "Oh, he's got no chance against Joshua. He's got no chance against Joshua." And that was a stylistic difference there between Chisora and Joshua. Mm-hmm. And I think because of the fact that they never gave Usyk so much of a chance, now it's the opposite. Now the pendulum swung the other way, where these guys are amazed that he was able to beat these bigger guys. And in their mind, I hate to say it, but maybe they just don't know what they're seeing. That's why they never had much hope for Usyk in the first place. And now that you see the result, and they go, "Oh well, he must be a god." I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
You know, I can't agree with that. I mean, the guy did get hurt. I know he got hurt. We all saw him get hurt. He recovered very well, and he made adjustments, and then he was able to hurt Fury because he got hurt through 4 and 7, and he was getting hurt bad. He was getting uppercuts to the face, to the chin, to the brow, to his gut. And he took a lot of hits, and he took them well. But that's not to say that he can't get knocked down. He could get knocked down. I mean, he could knock the wind out of him and just knock him down in this fight tomorrow. We don't know. That's the question mark. But I'm not going to go out on the limb and say, "Oh, he's impervious to getting hurt." That's ridiculous. I mean,
but that's what. Yeah, but that's the thing. That's how some people are, and so it's people that. These are media personalities that people on Twitter and all that put on a pedestal. I'm thinking, whoa, what's going on here? Now, I will say,
that's nonsense. Yeah. That's nonsense. I mean,
well, I'll just say, BDA, what it is that they were underrating him because they didn't know what he was capable of, and now they see, what he's capable of, and now they think that this guy's untouchable. It's like it went from underrating to overrating. Like that fight with Fury was not easy. That fight with Joshua was not easy. That fight with fucking Chisora was not easy. That fight with what's his name, Michael Hunter, wasn't easy either. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's had a hard every fight at heavyweight. All his fights are fucking hard. He edges it out. But like you're saying, they're putting him on a pedestal like he's like blasting through these guys like fucking Crawford at 135 against these tiny little dudes. You know what I mean?
Chisora fucking hurt him. Chisora landed a solid jab, and he fucking knocked him back. Like, I was like, holy shit! And then he hooked him, and he fucking knocked him to he like knocked him to the side of the ring. So that doesn't hurt. The fuck?
I need to clarify something here. When I say that he's being overrated, and that those wins, I mean, what I'm trying to get at here is people are making it seem like he just shows up and it's easy breezy for him.
No,
I think people, again, I've been stressing this all week and even the past 3 weeks. When he fights these bigger guys, he has to redline his engine. He's fighting these bigger guys. He's not beating them easily because he's so skilled and they can't touch him. He's getting touched. Look at how he looked after the two Joshua fights. Or how many times he got his head snapped back by Chisora. He's beating them because, yes, if he's on a pedestal, he deserves to be on a pedestal because he's beating these big dudes and he's taking the punishment. But what I'm saying is, in the real world, that all eventually starts taking its toll on a guy. And second of all, he's not invincible because he's fighting these big guys. Eventually, like I said, he's taking damage in these fights. Like Sober said, yeah, he beat Chisora, yeah, he beat Joshua, and I picked him to beat all those dudes. But what I'm saying is he's taking damage. Those fights were competitive. It's not like he whitewashed them 10 rounds to nothing or 10-2.
I mean, there's a reason why he's talking about moving back down to cruiserweight.
Yeah. It's hard on his body. I mean, he's 38. His joints are also suffering too. I don't care if the guy lives clean. He can live as clean as he wants. But nothing's going to stop your meniscus from deteriorating or your collagen, and none of that. It's like everything starts to degrade, and it goes worse if you treat your body like shit. But training camps aren't going to hurt him. Like, look at all the training. He had to do two training camps because Tyson Fury delayed the fight twice before. We have to remember that he delayed the fight twice. So Usyk had to go back into training camp, and he had an extended training camp because he didn't know what was going to happen. So,
yeah. But by the way, in the chat, people are saying, like Jay says, he handled those dudes. Of course, he beat them. And again, most of us picked him to beat those dudes. But the thing is, it's to make it seem like, he handled them and he whitewashed them.
No, that did not happen
in the ring. Separate from what you see on paper, and those are hard fights for Usyk. And I'm saying, like somebody else, Mike from Bensonhurst, he says Fury's overrated. Yeah, I mean, both guys can be anybody can be overrated, really. It depends on what the people say. And yeah, Fury for sure was overrated, especially by laymen like Joe Rogan, who was calling him one of the best heavyweights of all time, or the best heavyweight of all time. But Usyk can be overrated just a tiny little bit too. Maybe not as much as Fury, obviously, because like I said, Usyk, and I was on the Usyk train before most people were. So I don't want to hear this shit like, why are you getting against Usyk?
No, I think you just bought a ticket. You just bought a ticket recently to the Usyk
train. And a lot of people now just jumped on the Usyk bandwagon, and a lot of people just jumped on the Usyk bandwagon, and now they're overrating him just a tiny little bit. And I'm curious to see what happens tomorrow, because again, this is another thing that we've been saying all week. And by the way, go check out the free film study we did on Patreon. It's free, so just go out there and check it out.
I have my hand raised. Can I say something?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't. One thing that one major key difference in this fight that I think Fury has to do is attack Usyk to the body, because we all know that Usyk gets real uncomfortable when he gets hit there. We seen that in the Daniel Dubois fight. We all know that was a knockout. That was not a low blow. So I think the big difference in this fight is for Fury to attack Usyk to the body early.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he did do that in the middle round, right? And then he did
that in the first fight.
Yeah, he did that in the first fight. And the thing is, Usyk's punches to the body were hurting Fury too. They were dumbing him over. Again, like I was saying earlier, if you check out the film study we did over on Patreon, which is free, I show some examples of Fury. One of the reasons why Fury was getting backed up in the first place was because of the body shots. But yeah, the difference, he needs to stand his ground, because he was giving Usyk way too much space and way too much respect. Look, this is the rematch. Some people are saying, well, what if he runs this time? He's more aggressive and this time Usyk runs him into something. Well, okay, if it happens, it happens. But he's not gonna win backing up the way he did in the first fight. I don't think.
No, he can't. He's not gonna win on the back foot. We know that.
Yeah. And as for again the whole he's weak to the body. Well, I mean, he's fighting guys that outweigh him by 30 pounds. Of course, he's gonna feel those body shots more than.
In order to really assess that, you've got to watch him as a cruiserweight to see how he took punishment to the body. Okay, just because he got hit by Arthur Beterbiev in the amateurs and he got dropped to the body, they're the same weight, and that's Arthur fucking Beterbiev. So I don't know. He's fought heavier guys. He's fought arguably harder punchers than Arthur Beterbiev, and they were unable to drop him to the body except for that controversial Dubois fight, which I don't know. I still think. You're wearing a cup, so if that shit pushes against your fucking nuts, that's gonna hurt.
Well, that's why he didn't explain it properly, Usyk, because of the. I don't know why. Maybe it's the language barrier, but Jimmy explained it in that episode after the Dubois fight. If you watch the upward angle of the punch, the likelihood is that it pushed, like you said, it pushed the cup upwards, thus squeezing and pinching his testicles. So
that will fucking hurt. Like if it will. If it catches you right on the fucking ball, forget it. Even the pressure of your balls getting squished by your cup, that's gonna hurt a lot, man. That'll take the wind out of you. I don't care what anybody says. That's hard.
But I will say that if you watch the free film study we did on Patreon, and I'm going to keep bringing it up, I don't care how many times I say it. But one of the advantages Fury has, though, if he starts pressuring Usyk, of course Usyk is going to try to circle around him, pivot. But Fury, when he hits him with those body shots, he doesn't necessarily have to throw hard. He just has to slap with him, and automatically Usyk's going to stop a little bit or get halted a little bit. Because when he starts pivoting around or circling around, he keeps his guard up. So he's going to be met. Those body punches are going to meet either his elbow or his body, whichever one comes first. And it's going to sort of put Usyk in place. And I say, again, Fury doesn't have to throw them hard. He just has to throw them. And I think that's how he's going to manage to cut off Usyk's escape avenues. But again, the one thing Fury cannot do in this tomorrow's fight is keep backing up with his chin up in the air, hands down, because that's just going to give Usyk more incentive to keep going forward.
Yeah.
I got a question, though. So is the flip side to the coin is Fury, like you guys were saying, 275 maybe, right? If you subtract some of the weight. Yeah. Is he going to be way too slow? Or is he banking on the weight somehow allowing him to absorb more shots?
Well, he's banking on being more stationary for sure. Well, you're not going to put on more weight and then try to fight like the first fight where you're moving around, being on your toes. He's going in there with that mentality that he brought to the Deontay Wilder rematch. Of course, Alexander Usyk is not Deontay Wilder, so whether that works or not, I don't know. But definitely, I don't think he's going to be bouncing around, doing clownish shit. He's going to go in there like a Terminator. But, again, when you're bringing that much weight, you're gonna get fucking tired. You can't go 12 rounds like that. I don't even know if Fury could have lasted 12 rounds against Wilder in the rematch. So of course he did have an opponent basically there because Wilder was done after the 3 rounds. But with that much weight, I don't even know if you can go 12 rounds. I don't care who.
That's it. I guess Wilder, he could go 12 rounds the way he fought all night. I mean, he could go 24 rounds, what I'm trying to say, because it was one punch at a time, clinch. And Wilder doesn't know how to get away from any of that, whereas he knows how to counter, he's got much better footwork, much better defense. I mean, obviously, it goes without saying, I'm a different type of fighter. Yeah. So that's the thing, though. If he tries to fight that way tomorrow, is he even going to be able to touch Usyk? That's the big question.
Yeah, because like Usyk makes you fight at his pace, and he makes you uncomfortable. And he get tired. If you're too big and you have to chase him down, then you're going to get tired. And he's going to catch you on the way in. He's going to catch you on the way out. So I don't know how it's going to go, man. That's a question. We don't know how big he's going to actually be.
Guys, I want to remind you that anybody can join. Everybody should join. The link is in the chat and the link is in the description.
Yeah, one thing that is another rare weapon for Fury on the inside is that right hook. He really does wallop guys with that right hook, and it especially gets behind the guard. That's one of the advantages he has of being damn near 300 pounds. So if he gets in there against Usyk and just starts whacking him with those type of shots, eventually they will take their toll. I mean, think about it. Fury, it's a tall task for him to win tomorrow because he's facing a guy who's got a heck of an IQ. He's got an engine that goes all 12 rounds. But we saw in the first fight that he can be hurt. He was feeling Fury's punches. So in a way, what Fury really needs to do is maintain the momentum he had in the first fight and somehow manage to take away Usyk's second win. Easier said than done. But again, that weight advantage is there for a reason. So maybe he should start using it from the first round on, as opposed to backing up.
Yeah, there's no backing up. That has to happen here. He needs to be on the offensive, or at least stand his ground, and not concede and use that reach. Don't let Usyk come on the mid-range inside. Keep him outside. He has to reach in. He's the smaller guy. Make him reach and pay him pay. Instead of what happened in the first fight, you see Usyk trying to reach in, and he's reaching, and Fury, what does he do? He takes a step back. He takes multiple steps back. He starts doing running around the ring basically, and losing that opportunity to make Usyk pay. Usyk is way smaller than Tyson Fury. He has to fucking reach, and he's open in those moments. But you gotta punch with Usyk.
Hey, can I ask a question? Let's say Fury loses again tomorrow. He's 37 now, I think, or soon to be 37. After this, let's say Usyk goes back to cruiserweight or bridgerweight, or let's say whatever. Let's say he stops boxing. What is Fury's legacy after tomorrow if he loses, and what can he do to sort of maybe beef it up?
Joshua.
Come on.
Joshua fight. Joshua fight.
What's that gonna do if he beats Josh? If he
That's gonna sell. That's gonna sell a lot. People still want to see it, dude.
Oh no! Sorry, no. You probably sell in the UK, obviously. I mean, Khan and Kell Brooks. Apparently, that's sold pretty well. But when I'm saying legacy-wise, is that going to even help his legacy? You know what I mean?
Cares? Who cares? Like he was. I mean,
I'm just asking if you even cares about his legacy. I think he does care about his legacy. But if he loses to Usyk, he can't do anything about it. He's really going to take a hit.
It's one loss. It's one loss against the same guy twice. So what? Like.
Well, the reason why I mentioned that is because, the reason why I mentioned I asked what his legacy will be is because think about it. What is his legacy? A close win over Klitschko?
It's not good. It's not good, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, we all know his legacy is shit. His resume is shit, so it's not good. I mean, he doesn't have the best resume. The only legitimate good win he's ever had was Klitschko, and then that's it. That's it.
Okay, you just remind me of something here. We're really trying to break down how Fury could potentially beat Usyk, or the strategy and all that. What gets to me though is I'm watching a lot of Talk Sports, which is that British organization, and it's a sports network, and they have boxing programming and they take phone calls. So many of these people who call in or in the comments, they go, Fury, I think he's gonna win. He's going to win. He's going to win. And then they go, well, how? What do you think? He just looks more focused. And that's what I'm seeing that same comment across different platforms. Wow, he looks focused this time. Okay, so he could look focused. He could look unfocused. He could look like a maniac. What does that change? I mean, once you get into a fight, it doesn't matter how you look. So why do these people...
there was clowning around what's happening in the first fight. Just like in the Wilder fight, there was a lot of clowning around, wasted movement. That flickering jab that I hate. That flicker jab. Did you see that flicker jab in the second fight with Wilder? No. It was more. Every shot had power behind it. Even the fucking jab. He's gonna try to replicate that. So yeah, I actually think that seriousness was a factor in this fight. In the first fight.
I mean, I get that he was wasting movement there whenever Fury, again, by backing up and then staying in the corner and trying to make Usyk, the smaller guy, miss with every punch, which is insane. I agree with that, but are we seriously going to sit here and say that he was clowning around so much instead of working? I mean, I understand that he made mistakes by dropping his hands and getting caught in that 9th round and in other rounds as well. But when he's putting his hands up and looking at the crowd and making those silly faces, that's not something that's really gonna change that much if in the rematch. I mean, that's him maybe taking a breather or something. I don't see that as being that. Oh, if he fixes that.
No, it's not the only thing. I mean, there's a lot of shit that he has to do. But even, if I read somewhere that Fury said that he was throwing punches without thinking, which is obviously what happened when he got really hurt in that 9th round. He was throwing that shitty uppercut really close. Anyways.
But that's what I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say. In another
I was going to say, BDA brought this up, like we were talking about in that Patreon episode. Go check it out. It's free.
Oh, that's it. That's the comment I think it was going to. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was. Yeah, I thought he was going to. Well, no, maybe he got cut off because the way
he does it against everybody that hurts him.
Hold on. And, you cut off. So
right
like if he's not in there doing what.
Yeah. By the way, somebody talked about the piano in the background. It's real fancy. That's right, because it's gonna be wine time pretty soon. So.
Well, but hold on. Sober's cut off right after that, or maybe I cut off. I don't know, but right after that fantastic plug-in, I didn't hear what he said.
But I don't think he can hear.
Maybe
us.
can you?
Yeah, Sobers, can you hear us?
Yeah. Drop out and come back in, man.
Be his doom.
Yeah, he can hear.
But if he's boxing correctly, he can win.
Yeah, I agree with Never Sobers. See, a lot of people are completely dismissing Tyson Fury in this fight. It's a close fight. The odds are close.
Hey, how are you agreeing with the guy if you couldn't even hear what he said?
No, at the end, he said he can outbox him. He said that. He said it's a possibility.
Well, I was cutting off. What the fuck?
Yeah, you were cutting off, but I got the last part. That's all
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
I guess my connection's acting dumb.
I mean, your connection. Okay, let me say this. About the because you said that the clowning around. Okay, the clowning around, I understand. In that split second where he clowned around against Wilder, it did get him caught. But this time he was doing way too. Yeah, he was doing too much while getting backed up. I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll have to see.
No, you see, he did the same thing against Usyk. He put his hands on the rope. He started shaking his ass. He put his hands behind his back. He did the same shit. And I think Shazar was saying he was doing it to buy time. He's doing it because he was gassed, and that might be what it was. He might have been just trying to shuck and jive a little bit.
Well, that's the big thing, though. 281. I mean, come on, that's only going to tire him more. But that's why I'm saying at 281, I don't expect him to back up as much as he was in the first fight. No way, Siri Bum. By the way, here's what I wanted to say. Let's say we take Fury at his word for all the excuses, because he had an excuse after that Ngannou fight. Now he's got excuses for this one, even though he said he didn't want to make excuses, but then. Especially his trainer, Andy Lee, is the one that's saying, well, he didn't spar properly. Okay, let's take him at his word. That's a lot of time. See, this is the thing that fighters don't understand when they come out with all these excuses so often. At some point, you start going, okay, well, let's say your excuses are valid. Let's say that all of that happened. That means you got a turbulent training camp. There's always something going on with you. So that begs the question to me, why was the issue in this training camp? There must have been one, because there's almost always is with Tyson Fury. So how do we know he's coming in here in optimum shape? Maybe the reason why he's coming in at 281 is because he had a shitty training camp again.
No, it's possible. It's possible, man. We don't know. But Don Madras and I were talking about Tyson Fury and how he came in with that leather jacket, so we couldn't really see if he looked in shape or not. And then on top of that, he has a beard on. So maybe he's lighter than 281. Maybe he's weighing. He had something in his pockets to weigh more. He's that type of person that will try to play. How do you call it? Like
mind games.
Possum. Yeah.
Mind games.
Mind
game.
It's a mind game. Yeah, maybe he's hiding his real weight. Basically, he's maybe way lighter than 281.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Then I mean, he's the type of guy that pulls out all these little tricks. Against Klitschko, it was every other little thing. He was trying to do something to get under Klitschko's mentality. The difference between Klitschko and Usyk, though, is Usyk's more of a happy-go-lucky guy. Very few things get under his skin, whereas Klitschko, you can clearly tell, Mr. Dr. Steelhammer, he's got a PhD, blah, blah, blah. He thinks he's above all these guys. So when he fights a guy like Fury, he thinks, this guy's he's like a European hillbilly, essentially. I'm gonna have my way with him. And then Fury comes along, and he's actually sharper mentally than he expected. And Klitschko's panties got into a bunch. Usyk, first of all, I don't think he understands half of what Fury's saying. I think he already knows what type of guy Fury is, so he's just letting it slide. Water off a dog's back. So yeah, these approaches that Fury's taking to try to out psychologize or psych him out, rather, psych out Usyk. No, he keeps doing it.
I think you just made that up.
Yeah, I think I did. But
we'll put that right next to explosivity.
Explosivity and crispy punches. I think he has some more crispy punches.
Yeah. I don't think Usyk is. He's focused. But he's gonna try to do the same.
But do you think Fury's just trying out these little tactics? It's akin to throwing anything at the wall, see what sticks.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Am I coming in clearly right now?
Yep.
Okay, I was gonna say, so when the one thing about Fury is that he has to do with his opponents is he needs to have that mental edge. If he doesn't have the mental edge, no, I mean he never doesn't have it. The only time where I seen he doesn't have it was against Usyk, and that's where he lost. You know, he does it to everybody that he fights or plans on fighting. He got it on Wilder's head, you know, and he got it in Klitschko's head. He was even getting in Joshua's head. I remember Anthony Joshua, he said in an interview that Fury would randomly call him and tell him, "I'm going to knock you out," and then he'd hang up on him. So he was always like playing that like what's up with this dude? But then you put this personality against Usyk's, it's even more like, what's up with this dude? Like, this guy's a real freak. He's unflappable. Like, you can't bother him. So
yeah, like I told
so like that I'm sorry, that little mental edge that he's always had, he didn't have it, and that's what made him lose. So when he started kind of flipping out on Usyk after that stare down, I think that was his last swing at it. He really was trying to get in his head one more time. I don't think it worked, but that's also what kind of made me lean more to Usyk. I'm like, fuck, dude, because I see him kind of like reaching, like, well, you're gonna get fucked, rabbit. You know, and he's just kind of like smiling at him, like, okay, saying the same thing. I will not leave you alone. And that's probably more haunting to Fury than him telling him he's gonna get fucked. You know?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, but that's what I'm saying about the mind games. It's at some point maybe it should be better to just refrain from trying all these tactics, and because here's what he did. He in the first fight he acts like a maniac, calling him all sorts of names, shoving him, all that. Now in the rematch, he tries to, in certain spots, be overly serious. So he goes from one extreme to the other, and you go, why not just act normally? Why do you have to put on an act? I mean, I get trying to sell the fight, but now with the whole silence thing and the one-word answers, that just indicates that he's trying another con. That's the way I see it. And today too, in after the weigh-in, where he stared at Usyk for about 2 seconds and turned away, then doesn't give a post-fight interview. What difference does it make if you give a post-fight interview or not when it comes to the fight? Why, is it going to win you more rounds because you didn't give an interview? See,
it looks like you're trying too hard, man. It looks like you're trying too hard, and you're the one that is mentally weak or desperate to try something different.
Exactly.
Just act normal.
And if you remember too, he even was getting overly friendly when they're face off, when they're in the room with their managers. He was talking. They asked him what he thought about him being bald. He was like, "I think it's sexy.
Oh, yeah,
he's a sexy beast."
He's all over the place. You know what I mean? Like at some point he was very quiet. Now he's starting to, as we approach the fight, he's starting to become loud. Talking shit again. I mean, who knows, man? Does that even bother Usyk? I don't even think so. Right? I think Usyk doesn't give a shit how Tyson Fury behaves.
I don't think he does.
This is more of our topic of conversation for the fans. Where is Tyson Fury mentally right now?
I mean, he's probably got to have doubts too that, he was a bigger guy going in, and he ended up, getting backed up. That doesn't fare well mentally for him, but he probably thinks, look, I've done it before, where one fight I fight in a completely different way, and then the second one I do the opposite, and it works. So if he's trying to glean hope from anything, it's probably from those rematches that he's had before, where he can actually improve. So I mean, I think he's trying to hype himself up too at this point, telling himself that. But whether it will work or not it remains to be seen. But again, I'm very intrigued for tomorrow's fight, man.
That's clearly the case right there. We can all see that.
he's the only one hyping himself up, and he needs everyone else around him to hype him up. And I'm like, this guy's got serious doubts because he's the only one coming out saying, I fucked in the rematch and calling him, and then like to what Bucho said, then he's like calm and quiet the next moment, and then the next moment he's erratic, and then it is all over the place. And what Never Sober said, the establishment may want him to win. But I got to ask you guys one thing. This is a discussion I had with Ring IQ the other day where we were talking, what's better for boxing in the long run for the heavyweight division? What's better for boxing in the heavyweight division, if Usyk wins or if Fury wins?
Fury. Come on, Fury. You have that AJ fight. We haven't seen Dubois and Fury fight.
Right.
And of course Fury. He's more of a showman. Usyk's very quiet. He barely speaks any English. So, no, for sure, Fury. And then you can actually have a third fight if Fury wins.
Yeah, you can have a third fight.
Usyk wins, and what happens? This guy's talking about going back down to cruiserweight. Turkey's gonna be like, why would I want the heavyweight champion to go back down?
Actually, I mean, I think it's a win-win either way because then he vacates the belt. They're scattered. Then you're really gonna have some shit go down. Then you're gonna have Dubois defending his belt against whoever else he defends it against. Then the next guy in line gets emailed a belt, and then two other guys have to fight for a vacant belt. And then with Riyadh season, with Riyadh season, I suspect that you're gonna, if the belts are scattered around by next year, you're gonna have a unification match with Dubois and someone else. We don't know who that's going to be, but it leaves it way wide open. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, but there's a flip side to that coin there. But
go ahead.
I agree that Fury winning gives it a different look because Usyk's already beaten Joshua. He's been Dubois, who's on top now, and then Fury. And so what's left for him? I agree with that. However, how do we know Fury is going to continue fighting the best? Because we saw what happened when he thought he was on top after the Waller fights. And what he do? Talking about retirement every 2 months, saying he was retired, wanting to fight a strong man, then wanting to fight a wrestler, then and then fighting unnecessary rubber matches against Chisora and fight. I mean, it was nonstop with this dude. So I don't necessarily think that him. I understand what because we said that the last time too, that Fury winning would actually be good because it's a different look for boxing. Whereas Usyk, he's done it all. But at the same time, knowing how Fury acts, I don't think it would be that much better. In other words, it would be better, but not by much, man, because Fury's going to...
No. Can I say something else before we continue? In the chat,
I think it would be better
Mr. Pelavakis in the chat, he keeps saying that Fury's going to get seriously hurt, and now he's saying Fury going out like Deontay Wilder.
Imagine that, man.
Go ahead, Omar.
But what would be cool is if they were, if the belts were scattered around. And we got to see a bunch of guys just fight for the titles, and then we had more unification matches. Because I don't think Turkey Al-Sheikh or whatever that organization is interested in just keeping the belts in house in one promotional company. I think we're going to end up seeing a bunch of top level guys fight each other and fight it out. So
how would the division look if if Usyk wins, he goes back down to cruiserweight? He's still fighting. He's still active. And all these other guys in the heavyweight division are fighting. It's like the losers are fighting amongst each other, while the former heavyweight champion is fighting at the cruiserweight division. It's gonna look terrible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a certain degree of fun in that, in a rebuilding process. But you're right. For the most part, it does look kind of, here we go. We got to start over again. But right now, the division is in an interesting. It could get interesting. I mean, think about it. We still have a Jagba in the mix, right? That's a dude that could make things interesting. We got Fabio Wardley, who looked sensational his last time out in that rematch against that other British dude. I forget his name. You still got Hrgovic. You still got Joshua in the mix. Bakoli, who's the next. He's sort of taking that Joey's mantle as the boogeyman of the division. You got Caballel, who's been pulling off upsets and might just pull another one against Zhang. You got Shang. You got Dubois, who's just had a renaissance this year, and you'd still have Fury. So I mean, it would still be an interesting division, regardless of whether Usyk's there or not.
Maybe even more interesting, to be honest. I mean, how exciting is Alexander Usyk if you think about it?
Yeah, and then you got Jalalov too. That's another dude that some people are high on. Although I think something tells me that the guy's a little soft for 12 rounders. I don't know why. It just seems to me like he could get stopped a bunch of times. That's probably the way it's gonna. I don't know. I'm being premature, but so are the people that are claiming he's gonna rule the division. I gotta ask a question though. If you took the Fury from the Usyk fight and matched him against Dubois from the Joshua fight, who would you guys pick right now?
Fury and Joshua?
No, who? Dubois and who?
Fury and Dubois.
Damn. I still lean Fury.
Fuck. Yeah.
You know how he told Joshua, "You can't intimidate me." I think Fury could intimidate him.
I don't know.
Yeah, because Joshua's not exactly a mastermind.
These Dubois look like an angrier version.
Exactly.
What'd you say, Bucho?
We're witnessing an angrier, evil version of Daniel Dubois.
We're witnessing a Daniel Dubois who seems to understand. He can actually think a little bit. You know, he's got self-awareness now. Yeah, people in the chat are saying, like, Pelavacas is saying triple D, excuse me. He's choosing Dubois.
Double D.
I don't know. So you know where my head's at.
You're thinking about Fury.
Andy Ruiz's tits, yeah.
Yeah, you remember when Gerald Washington fought, not Gerald Washington, Gerald Nobles, the Jedi, they used to call him. He fought I forget the guy's name, and the other guy he was fighting, he used to be a contender, fringe contender back in the 90s, heavyweight, and he was built, he looked like Hercules. And he's getting outboxed by Jedi Nobles who had tits. And in the corner in the 6th round, they go, "Come on, man, you gotta get on his ass. You gotta get on his Bruce Seldon he was. Bruce, you're getting beat by a guy with titties. Come on, man. Guy with titties beating your ass. What's the matter with you?
How is that possible, man?
You're getting beat by a guy with titties." Oh man, if only they knew how the heavyweights of today look. You got
Was
Fury,
that one of Don King's infamous heavyweight pay-per-view cards?
Yes. Yeah, there you go. It was one of those. I mean, think about all the fatzos we got now, but Coley is not exactly built. You got Andy Ruiz, you got Gerald Big Baby Miller, you got Fury. That's the heavyweight division of today, man. Bunch of tits all over the place. Give me some fucking tits, man.
Give me some fucking tits.
But I was gonna say, in regards to Dubois versus Dubois versus Fury, Never Sober said he would pick Fury because he would probably get under Dubois' head, but one of the reasons why a lot of people were picking Fury over Joshua in 2021 was because back in those days, people were still high on Fury beating Wilder. And they saw Joshua as a fragile guy, as a guy that was going to break down in the later rounds. Is that something that could still happen with Dubois? Or do you think Dubois finally now has grown into his own, is more relaxed, and we won't be seeing him fading down like he did against Usyk and Joyce?
Sorry, I missed your question. I just realized I don't have my soundboard here. Well, fuck. Now this is disappointing.
Hey, fellas, it's an open panel, so make sure to jump in. The link's in the description here.
Jump in.
The
This
chat.
is supposed to be open lines. Go ahead. We should have a bunch of people here, or we're gonna end the fucking show. It's supposed to be open lines Friday. Anybody should join. Everybody should join. Did I just say that right?
Bucho, sometimes I wonder if Discord is the best platform for open lines, because I mean, most people don't have Discord on their phones. That's more like a video game thing. Yeah, for the people who play. So I don't know if we should start thinking of using something
StreamYard
else, man.
I don't know. StreamYard, man. At least here we have an internal chat thing, so it's I don't know. People in the chat, do you run? Actually, no, man. We have a lot of people a lot of times on Discord.
Pelavaca says, so is Triple D still developing mentally? Well, I'll say this. One of those Ds stood for Down syndrome before, so I'm just saying he's not a... I mean, think about it. Dubois, some people were positing that there was something that was really wrong with the guy. Seriously, some people were actually thinking that 2 years ago. It's like, okay, is he really that slow, or what's going on with him? So that's one of the things with Dubois. But tactically speaking, if he were to fight Fury, we saw how Dubois was able to outbox Joshua, and Fury who's slower now, older. I don't know if he'd managed to be able to get away from those jabs that Dubois was landing on Joshua, especially that big right hand. Oh,
Dubois is improving for sure. I don't know. People are still questioning his mental state and all of that shit, but I mean, time will tell. He did pretty good against Joshua. He went in there and completely destroyed him.
PSK in the chat says Dubois has been a changed man since he got some poontang. You think that's what it was? You think the pussy woke him up?
That always wakes you up, man. So yeah.
You know what? I don't understand when people use the bath salts to wake people up. You know, the smelling salts, not bath salts. Man, what am I dropping? I said double D earlier. Now I'm taking bath salts. When people use the smelling salts to wake people up, why don't they just put the musk of, you know, a woman's private parts, you know, put that under a guy's nose, wake him right up. I don't know. But
we have Boxing Chief in here. Did we get his prediction?
I don't think he gave it. I don't think he knows who's fighting tomorrow.
Very funny.
We got to update him.
I predict Usyk decision.
All right. Playing it safe.
No, I also gave the breakdown also. I think that the first rounds will be chess matches with Usyk winning most of them. He'll need that second win towards the middle, which will be about probably 4 through 7 or 8, which Fury will win a handful of rounds just like last time. But I think this time he'll close the show a little bit bigger because he knows what Fury has to offer, and he'll sweep 8 through 12. He will go for a knockout if Fury really is very much hurt. But for the most part, my impression of Usyk, especially at heavyweight, is he'll get someone hurt, but if they tie up and the ref breaks him, he just resets and starts over again. And because of that, Fury should be able to last the distance. Now, if he doesn't get stopped by the ref giving a count like he did last time, I could see him finishing Fury off. But for the most part, it's almost like he just goes back through a reset. It's like the referee stops, breaks. Okay, I'm going to start over again. He doesn't jump back on where he left off. So,
all right.
That's the reason why I think it's going to go the distance.
I mean, that's a good bet. Seeing as how both guys hit each other with everything in their arsenal and we're still standing near the end. So, yeah, that's interesting. I mean, but that's the other thing, man. Fury was able to escape after that 9th round. He moved for about 2 rounds until he finally got his wits back. And then some people claim he actually pulled off the 12th round. If he's 281, is he going to be able to move around and escape if he gets hurt again?
I thought he was going to be able to move for 12 rounds to be able to hurt. I mean,
yeah.
At 281, we'll know in the first round what he wants to do with that weight.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what he weighed for the first fight, but I know it wasn't 281. And he tried to move and box. He tried to show the fact that he didn't have to just rough up Usyk in order to win. And he won some of those were the close rounds. When people say this fight could have gone either way, it's based off of those first three rounds. Around round 4, he took. Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, around round 4, that's that time that Usyk tends to need that recharge. It's not that he's out of shape. It's not that he needs a second win because he's exhausted and he can't, i.e. Tommy Morrison. It's just the fact that weight, his age, 350 amateur fights, fighting a man who's well over 250 pounds and 6'9", all these. And that's what he's been doing pretty much for the majority of his heavyweight career. You got Dubois, you've got 2 fights with Joshua, and you got Fury. These guys are all over 6'4". They're all over 225, 230 pounds. They're all pushing towards 240 or higher. And so it's not that he's exhausted and running out of gas. He just needs a recharge. It's just a temporary reset that he needs, and he's got to move around. And that's when his opponents do well. It's when Joshua did well in both fights, and that's when Fury did well in this last fight. And I think Fury will probably try and capitalize this fight. Roughly, he'll start really turning on around round 4. But I don't think he's going to be able to sustain it, not just because of the weight. I just don't think he can sustain it. And on top of that, by that time, Usyk will figure out a way to get back in there, just like he did before.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's like I said, that's a safe bet because that's a guy that you want to. Usyk's reliable. He's like an old car, one of those old cars when production quality really mattered. Will keep going and going. That being said, I did want to point something out that Fury, when he fought Wallin, he was 254. That was 2019. Long gone are the days when Fury would weigh in less than 260. I mean, even in the last fight, he was 260 something. For him, that was relatively light, but I don't think he can get down below that anymore. And I don't even know if he should, because that's the other thing. Some people say, no, he shouldn't go below 260 because he actually looks unhealthy. But one thing is interesting. Let's say tomorrow he fights in a more aggressive fashion, posture. If you think about it, he fought Wilder more aggressively after the first fight, and that was 3 years later. No, excuse me, 2 years later, almost 2 years. When he fought Wallin, he fought him the same way he fought Wilder in the second fight, in the third fight. He didn't fight Wallin that way from the get-go. He was trying to outbox Wallin. He only switched his game plan up once he got cut, and that fight could have been stopped. So it's not like Fury has done that before where, oh shit, I'm losing. But that's the other thing though. When he fought Ngannou, he was 271.5 pounds or something like that, or 272. He wasn't mobile enough to comprehensively outbox Ngannou. That was a very close fight against an MMA guy, boxing novice. So clearly at 270 something, he cannot box all that well. So if he is 275, 276, 281, whatever he really is, whatever his actual weight is, I have some doubts that he'll try to fight the same way he fought the first time. He's clearly going to try to do something different.
Of course, he's going for a knockout.
You think he signed up for a demolition job?
Yeah. There's no 12-round decision thing here, and he probably also knows that. He's not built for a 12-round fight. He's built for a knockout. And if a knockout doesn't happen, then that's it.
It's a big gamble, man. Big gamble. Moving all that weight around against a guy like Usyk, it's a big gamble. So, hey, I wanted to ask Chief, if Dubois and Fury were to fight now, who would you pick?
Well, Dubois and Fury, that's an interesting one. I need another example from Dubois after getting this confident win over Joshua to see where his mentality really is. Mm-hmm. Shannon Briggs looked all sorts of confidence in the first couple rounds against Lennox Lewis after almost pulling off an up. Well, excuse me, after being given a gift by George Foreman. And so he went into that Lennox Lewis fight looking like he was probably a changed fighter and then ran out of gas. I don't know how smart Dubois is as a fighter, so I don't know if he's going to be able to capitalize on this or not. I don't know if he's going to be able to permanently change, if this is going to give him that confidence that he's needed after his other failed attempts. I just don't know. When things aren't going to go his way, is he going to cave again? Or like when he got hurt against AJ, is he going to be able to turn it back around and say, nope, I'm here to stay? I don't have more questions over him than I have answers. Therefore, I'm not going to be able to give a definitive answer of what he can do against another supposedly top fighter. But right now, Fury's towards the top, but he's getting heavy, he's getting old, and he's fading. So that's the only thing going in. Well, that and the current momentum for Dubois, I understand we're going with that, but it's not sustainably proven yet.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sold on Dubois over that win over AJ at all. Like that was a good win, but I'm not. It's not like, oh shit, he's going to be the new face. I mean, he got a belt because it was vacated. So, like, it's a guy that he lost to. I don't know. A lot of questions around Dubois at this point. How is he going to fare against a younger guy like him that's coming up, that's strong, that has power, and that has some decent skill? Because let's not forget, even though that arguable like low blow, he still got outboxed by somebody that doesn't punch as hard as he does, and was not able to win, and got knocked out with a jab straight to the chin. So there's a lot of questions here, and we don't know the answers to them because we haven't seen him fight anyone like. We saw him fight Joshua, but his best days are clearly behind him. So
I mean, from the get-go, he dropped AJ in the first round. So
yeah, and AJ looked
the whole fight since round one.
Actually robotic. AJ looked like it almost looked like his joints were stiff. Like it looked so strange. It it looked very weird.
I mean, if he looked like a shot fighter, basically, that's the best example of a shot fighter, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. Like his joints were there was no fluidity in his movement at all. He looked very stiff, and the fact that he caught him with that lucky shot, or he caught him at all, Dubois, and he wasn't able to. He didn't have the fortitude to patience to lay back, and I got him hurt. Okay, now break him down. And he just went in on him with his hands down. It's like, what is going on? It was a very strange fight. It was a very strange fight.
I gotta tell you, man, this Dubois fella, I understand what you're saying. There are some asterisks in the Hrgovic fight because he was headbutting that dude. But I picked Hrgovic to beat him, man, because I thought Dubois' defense was lacking, and he was, but he took those right hands and kept on coming. So I guess his chin is better than I expected. And then the Joshua fight, I mean, what's the asterisk there? I don't see any. I just thought he definitely was better than Joshua. So I'm a little done with doubting this kid as much as I used to. But you never know. Again, the doubts could come back in his head one of these days if things don't go his way. But again, he did jump through adversity, or he had overcame adversity against Hrgovic, and then against Joshua outboxed him and stopped him in less than 6 rounds. That was impressive.
Hrgovic is also slower. He's a lot slower. He's not like a fast, snappy guy at all. He's got power, but he's not like a mover. And I mean, you can make a sandwich while he's throwing his right hand. You know, it's like. But against Joe Joyce, you know, another slow guy, that cracked him. He got hurt and he took a knee, and arguably, like, do you want to get hit with a shattered orbital bone? Against a guy that big, I wouldn't. And then the way he went down with Usyk too, that was like, I mean, he caught him clean on the tip of the chin, and it rattled his cage. So I don't know about the chin thing. I don't know, man.
Well, you know, it's interesting though. You mentioned the Joyce fight. He actually was doing well in the Joyce fight.
He was. I thought he was going to win that fight. The first 2-3 rounds, I was like, oh yeah, I think he's going to edge it out. But then he kept getting hit in the same spot. Like it was just like an opening. It was just like Joyce found a home for that punch, and again a slow puncher, and he couldn't get out of the way, and he was younger, and he couldn't get out of the like. So I got questions.
How do you explain then what happened against Joshua though? Because Joshua barely landed a glove on him until the final round.
I think Joshua, like I think Bucho said, like we saw a shot fighter. Like he looked especially stiff and robotic, and it was very strange. His hands were down, dude. Like his hands were down. They weren't like he wasn't even making an attempt to as you throw, keep your hand up and block. He wasn't making any kind of attempt to block or to move. It looked suspect. It looked very strange, and I just think we saw a guy age overnight. Like that was it. I think he's a shot fighter.
So the Wallin fight then, because I mean, he looked good against Wallin, but was Wallin overrated based off the Fury?
I think so. I think Wallin. I mean, come on, Wallin isn't that good of a fighter. I mean, he cut Fury. And he had Fury on the back foot, and he had a hurt, worried Fury, but Fury was able to still win rounds, you know, and still evade taking more punishment. So, right, you know, but to the credit of Wallin, he did have him in trouble in some spots, like he had a hard time with him. He was a lefty, and he had a hard time with him. But with the Joshua thing and the Dubois thing, I mean. Listen, everybody got high on Joshua because he fucking knocked out a novice boxer in Ngannou. Everybody thought that the order has been restored to the force. Yeah. But come on, dude, the guy only had one other professional fight.
Well, that's one thing that I mentioned before the Dubois fight is, and by the way, I was speaking AJ. I'm not gonna make it seem like I was speaking Dubois, but I did say it's gonna be interesting to see those first couple of rounds because this is the first big puncher he's fought since Andy Ruiz. And so maybe, but he did. I mean, Don Malgassos, I'm hesitant to label Joshua as shot, but it really did seem that way because it was either that or he just misjudged Dubois' speed, the way he was closing the distance so quickly. So I guess it's gonna let us know.
That's okay. I can give that some consideration for sure. Maybe he did misjudge. his speed. And by the time he realized what happened, he was concussed, and he got back up because he never recovered from that first knockdown. His legs were just gone. So maybe he did underestimate Dubois a little bit. He thought he was just going to come in there and handle business, and that didn't happen. The knockdown happened sooner than he thought it would, or than anybody thought it would. I was shocked because I had AJ winning the fight.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see how he looks if he fights again. That's really going to let us know what's up. But
I'm saying a Fury and Joshua fight. If Fury loses, a Fury and Joshua fight would be fucking awesome.
They would still sell in England, of course.
I would watch it.
You know, they could give him 2 tune-ups on the same card, and then the build-up to the actual fight.
Sure, I would love that. But what they're gonna have to give they're gonna have to give Joshua somebody really easy,
right?
You know,
well, that's the thing, though. About to your point about whether Joshua was shot or not, it's really the Wallin and Ngannou fights, like you mentioned, that turned people around. Because prior to that, he was looking shaky. He looked shaky against a smaller Jermaine Franklin, clinching a lot, and then he looked very hesitant against Helenius.
With Helenius. With that.
Yeah,
but wasn't that a last minute, like a super last minute replacement? Wasn't he on PEDs and shit? And like it turns out that he was on PEDs and all. He was juiced to the gills, and then he came in last minute, or I don't know what the fuck happened to him. Maybe I'm mistaking that with the Wild. No, it had to be that fight because I think he was a last minute replacement.
You're right. Yeah, he was supposed to. You know what? I forgot all about that. He was supposed to rematch Dylan White. And then White, right.
Right, pulled out like he, you know. Anyway, so I don't know. That was a suspect fight on Helenius because I think maybe he was juiced, and then they ended up finding that he was juiced, and he had a prior fight to make some money, and he took this last minute, and he was. So I don't know. There's a lot of questions about Dubois for Joshua. I don't know. Maybe he can make a comeback. If he makes a comeback, he has to fight somebody really easy, just to get his confidence up. And so does Fury, and then they fight, and then I will watch that fight. I will buy it, and I hope the undercard is stacked, and that would be cool.
Hey guys, we got just want to remind everybody to please hit the like button. We are at 39 likes. That is completely unacceptable. We need to get higher than that. Let's get to 70 for now. So hit that like button or I'm ending the show. All right, we have official boxing scorecard. He wants to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everybody, listeners, the panel. Yeah, so about Joshua, to me personally, it's obvious that he lost the confidence in his chin, and I think that he's been carefully matched all the way since the Ruiz knockout, because since then the fights after the Ruiz fight, the ones that people said he was looking good were the ones where his opponents basically agreed to box with him and not pressure him too much physically and not too hard of punchers. Those were, I think those were the fights where people were thinking that he was looking good, because look, Joshua, honestly, he's very nice technically, so you're always going to say, oh, he looked nice in this fight if his opponents allowed him to fight at his own pace and not pressure him too much. But when he met aggressiveness with some punching power, this is what happened, against Dubois. And But,
no, you're right. You're right, because when he lost to Ruiz, they put him up there with Pulev, and he beat him, and he knocked him out, and he got his confidence back somewhat, and then he had some other easy opponent before he had the Usyk fight. So you're right. Yeah, I mean, how long are they going to coddle this dude? How much longer are they going to coddle him to make money off of him? Because that's clearly what they're doing. All they're going to do is they're going to try to squeeze out another 2 fights out of him. They're going to put him in an easy fight. Then they're going to coddle him again, and then put him in there with someone like Fury or someone that the British populace wants to see, that will sell, so everyone can make money. But how long are we going to have to put up with them coddling this dude?
They didn't want to take the Dubois rematch. They didn't want that. Eddie Hearn didn't want that fight. We could have had that fight already, but he was waiting. He's waiting to see what happens with Fury and Usyk. So because
to me, that's exactly what they're doing with Joshua. What Madrasos is saying, I think that Hearn is going to try to milk him for as long as possible. So for as long as it works, a few of easy fights, then a big money fight, rinse and repeat for as long as they can go. But I want to say about the first fight in between Fury and Usyk, if you don't mind, guys. Earlier, I was watching the first 3 rounds of the fight. I think it's possible that maybe Fury's intention at the beginning of the fight wasn't even to box Usyk, but Usyk at the very beginning caught him when in the first round, Fury had a couple of moments where he planted his feet and went to throw a telegraphed 1-2 as the one I hate to bring it back, but the one that I described in the breakdown video for the first fight. He tried it a few times. First time, Usyk countered it with jab and to Tyson Fury's chin and clearly shook him. Then he caught him the same way with the rear left hand a few times. And since then, he was on the back foot for those first couple of rounds. That's everything. Yeah. Thank you for listening.
Yes, I agree with that. That punch that hurt him in the 9th was the same punch he landed in the first. And he found a home for that punch. And I kept seeing the first 3 rounds, I saw that punch was landing, and all it took was for his footing to be in the right place to land it with a lot of force, and that's what ended up happening later on. But yeah, and he even broke the nose or did something to his eye in the 8th round with that same punch. So yeah, I saw that too. I saw Fury try to come out a little aggressive, and then he had him on the back foot all of a sudden. So I don't know. We'll see what happens in the rematch.
Well, we'll see. I mean, he did get hurt by Usyk. Fury did, but again, that punch that really hurt Fury in the 9th round, Fury was making a huge ass mistake. That way he threw that uppercut, completely amateurish. He wasn't even thinking about whether he should throw that punch or not. He just threw it.
Can you guys hear him?
Oh,
barely. I can barely hear him.
What?
Yeah, you're right. There's background noise, Bucho, and your sound is low and the noise is loud.
Let me just say that, Bucho, what's going on is because you're using the line in there, so it's very low. Hold on. It's low here, but it's okay on YouTube. So, guys, make sure to right-click on Bucho's icon and boost the volume all the way up.
I think now it's better, no? Yo. Is it better?
Yeah, now it's better.
Yeah, it was the fucking line in. Anyway,
did you switch?
Thing? Yep. Okay. What? Anyways, people in the chat, please hit the like button, and don't forget, this is Open Lines Friday. Anybody can join. Anybody. Link in the description and link in the chat.
Hey, but it's interesting though. Everything you guys are saying, yeah, man. There's a lot going on to this fight to the point where it's possible we might be overanalyzing it. So, can we just briefly talk about something else, Buchu? Is that possible?
Yeah, we can talk about anything. We're not going to.
Well, I wanted to bring up.
Yeah,
I wanted to bring up the fact that now the Zone in business with Top Rank in 2025. Although there's still a couple of more Top Rank on ESPN cards that year. I think they said till the middle of the year or something like that. But what about that, guys? The Zone Top Rank joining forces with the Zone. Is this because of the Sheik and everybody wants to be under the Sheik umbrella, or?
Well, I think so, because prior to that tweet, I saw the Sheik bought 13% of the Zone or something like that.
Also, isn't the contract up with ESPN anyway?
Yeah. And
So-
ESPN really, I mean, this past year, it was horrible. The programming that ESPN put. The most memorable card for me this last year, or this year rather, was the Navarrete Valdez rematch along with Espinoza and Ramirez rematch.
Yeah, that was
Other than
a
that,
good one.
yeah, I mean, Keyshawn Davis versus what's his name, the Argentinian guy. That was okay, but it wasn't the best.
That was not memorable.
Yeah, Shakur Stevenson. I don't understand why people. I asked Rick Glacier the first time I ever talked to Rick Glacier, and I asked him. It was a couple of weeks ago. I asked him, "How come Shakur Stevenson? They keep giving him, ESPN and Top Rank kept giving him airtime, but a guy like Navarrete, who's actually entertaining, they don't." And he goes, "Well, because Shakur Stevenson delivered the big ratings," and he said, he delivered the biggest rating that year. And I said, "Yeah, but compared to the rest of the ESPN's programming that year, or the boxing program, it's relative." He was the highest ratings, maybe because all the other cards sucked. I don't know. And by the way, you have to wonder how better Navarrete's ratings would be had they given him the same promotion that they were giving Shakur Stevenson for the past 3 years.
That's what I was gonna say, B-Day. Part of that has to do with that the marketing. They even tried to say he was Puerto Rican. They put him on the Hispanic Heritage Month poster. Like, what the fuck was that about, dude?
Right.
That's fucking stupid. But you got to milk.
But yeah, isn't that interesting?
You got to milk whenever you can. You got to milk it.
Bob Arum said never going to be at the Zone. He seemed to have a hard on for the Zone. Now all of a sudden he's with the Zone. It seems like
that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Yesterday was a clear indication at the press conference. It was Eddie Hearn, what's his name, Frank Warren, and then Bob Arum, and they were all giving the fight to Tyson Fury. And I'm like, are these guys all on DAZN? Like, they're all on DAZN, right? I mean, Bob Arum's about to join DAZN. Look at him up there.
I mean, think about it. You got Frank Warren, DAZN now. You got Eddie Hearn, DAZN. You got Golden Boy, DAZN. Now you're gonna have Top Rank on DAZN. The only one left are outside in the cold, the big ones, or supposed big ones, PBC. And it's interesting because I was reading some Twitter comments. Somebody goes, "Yeah, but PBC they still have Tank Davis. They still have Tank Davis and Canelo." And I said, "Well, wait a minute. With Tank Davis, excuse me, they said Tank Davis, Canelo, and Benavidez." I said, well, wait a minute. When was the last time Benavidez was a big star for them or a big pay-per-view seller? I don't understand that concept.
Well, it's a shame we're losing ESPN because ESPN is it's an easier way to watch boxing. I mean, they have ESPN at everywhere. When you go to a bar, you go to a sports bar, a bar and grill, it's the easiest place to watch, the most recognized in America. But I think going to the Zone is going to help fix those problems where they're having cards real late because they're having to push things out because ESPN's time blocks are mainly for football and basketball, the mainstream sports. I think that's why.
Well, that was the thing, though. See, that's the thing. Steve Kim always said. He said this during the heyday of HBO and Showtime. He said if ESPN got involved in boxing, because that was what Jay Larkin, or I forget which guy from Showtime had told him that if ESPN really wanted to get into boxing, they would wipe the floor with HBO and Showtime. But that, in hindsight, was if ESPN took boxing seriously, which it appears they did not. Like Southpaw was saying, they kept living at second place, waiting for baseball games to finish, college basketball. In other words, college sports take precedence over boxing for ESPN. So that was never really going to work. Boxing on ESPN, that half-assed, that half-baked, was never really going to work.
Yeah, when you can't blame ESPN. I mean, as much as I hate it because boxing is my favorite sport, boxing has been shooting itself in the foot for so long that it's becoming more and more niche. And now the UFC is, I'm sorry to say it, guys, but the UFC is way bigger than boxing in America. So, like with all these other sports, that's where the money's at, man. But that's boxing's fault. That's these promoters, the fighters that don't want to fight each other. There's so many root causes to what's been happening to the sport, and unfortunately now we're getting, that's just what it is.
Well, what about that, guys? Do you think now that all these promoters are under the same DAZN umbrella, are we gonna get easier to make fights?
Yeah.
I mean, are the fights going to be easier to make than they were in the past?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. 100% yes. And what has to happen is that PBC is losing a lot of their fighters, and they're not re-signing any new fighters now. They stopped doing that. They don't have any money to do that. Nobody has the budget for it. So with what do they have? 5-6 shows all year? Is that it?
No, they're going out of business. They're whatever they have left on the inventory, they're going to run those batteries out, and that's going to be it.
Listen, Canelo's going to retire in the next like 2 years, or maybe sooner. I don't know. Or somebody's going to retire him. And Davis is never going to step it up. He never did. He's not that guy. No matter what anybody says on social media, no matter what Twitter fingers say, he's not that guy. He's never been that guy, and he never will be that guy. And the Benavidez fight is probably do 60,000 buys and tops. So we like, where's that promotional company going? So if those guys just join Eddie Hearn or any of or Bob Arum, I mean, they're better off.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, man. Because now, I mean, think about it. Is this even going to be a good move if the Sheik wasn't involved? I don't know, but the Sheik is involved. So now you got to wonder, okay, is he going to play a part in facilitating some of these fights for being made? It remains to be seen. Who else is missing though? Isn't what's his name? Shalom. Is he with a specific network, or is he on the zone as well?
I believe they signed two recently to the zone, if I'm not wrong.
Oh wow, okay.
I think that it was a recent signing. Now I hope someone in the chat correct me if I'm wrong. Well, eventually, besides PBC, you can argue that there's the Japanese Honda, Mr. Honda promotion. Taken that would be nice for the lower weight classes, but anyways, but that would be a co-promotional thing, right? Because those guys have their own infrastructure over there in Japan. They don't need a ESPN or it's like, England. Yeah, in fact, sorry BDF for cutting you off. In fact, you're right. Anyways, it's Top Rank that usually brings taken fighters to the US. So they will probably go to either the zone or a Top Rank anyways. Sorry for cutting you off.
That's all right, man. If these promoters get together under the Sheik with the zone umbrella and they can do another tournament in any weight class, holy smokes. I mean, I'd have to see it to believe it, but man, the hope is there, man. If anybody can make it happen with the big bucks, it's the Sheik, man. Imagine that a some sort of like a tournament. I don't know. Pick your division, and you got Eddie Hearn fighters, Golden Boy fighters, Top Rank fighters, Frank Warren's fight. I mean, you can make a tournament easy right there. Even poach some PBC fighters the way they did this year. Some of those guys like Rayo and Andy Luis going off the reservation and actually getting paid.
Yeah, and also Sheik's playing nice with Canelo, who's trying to poach him, and you don't often see guys pull back on social media and issue an apology for being out of line. Like the Sheik is doing that shit.
What did he say?
He said things got heated and I just want to apologize or something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but look it up. Look it up, and he actually kind of like was apologizing to Canelo and trying to make it amends and just try to move forward to do business.
Well, what do you guys think? Is it too much to ask for a tournament of some sort right now? Or
no, that would be great. I want to see another tournament or a 5 versus 5 again.
Yeah, well, BDA, that was exactly what I was about to say. Signing all these promotional companies under one umbrella would mean that we could possibly get tournaments from all the best divisions almost every year or two. It would be so easy to make.
Yeah, it could happen.
I mean, yeah, but again, it depends on whether these guys even want to work with each other. I mean, right now it's the honeymoon phase. We'll see what happens when they actually get together and they get used to each other. And then it looks like maybe Jake LaMotta with his first wife.
Well, if they're on the same network now, there's really not that. You can't come up with a bunch of excuses now.
Yeah, there shouldn't be. Absolutely, there shouldn't be any excuses. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. There was a rumor that Eddie Hearn and De La Hoya are going to be doing some sort of a 5 versus 5 card next year. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Shouldn't Eddie Hearn be rematching?
No. Yeah, they talked about it. I saw it was during the Riyadh thing yesterday, and De La Hoya came up to Eddie Hearn while he was being interviewed by Radio Raheem, and they confirmed it that they're working on they're working on the next deal to do a matchup, 5 versus 5.
Yeah, but isn't that, I don't know, it feels a little incomplete, the fact that Eddie Hearn is just living unfinished business against Frank Warren. I mean, he lost 5-0-5 last year.
I know, but I mean, there's just a lot of money there, man, and people are watching more. And I also, the other rumor was that Netflix, you guys, I think somebody mentioned Netflix getting involved with boxing.
I mean, Netflix, yeah, that could, but I mean, when they say they're getting involved with boxing, does it just involve Jake Paul and that's it? Or are they going to actually get into some...
Yeah, I don't know. That could be a good avenue for the women's boxing if they could add 2 more female cards, female fights to the card, and then the rest.
Hey, what's up?
It would have to be Jake Paul versus fucking Conor McGregor or something like that to make.
I said real boxing, and then you mentioned female boxing. I thought I mentioned real boxing. I don't understand why.
Well, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I think that would be a good avenue for female boxing, and I think the fights were good. The undercard, it was the battle of the best 2 C-level fighters with Barrios and Ramos. That was a good fight. Right. That was that was a brawl. And then the Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano fight was great too. So,
well, you know what though? That's the interesting thing though, because somebody did mention, I saw this comment. Somebody said, "Hey, it's great that the Zone is bringing all these promoters together. However, is it too much to ask right now for them to up their production value a little bit?" Because I said it before. I was rewatching Cotto versus Pacquiao, and the full telecast. So right before the main event, they show a skyline of Las Vegas, the Las Vegas skyline via helicopter, and they got this orchestral music playing, like tan 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 tan, drums, like a build them. They go, right. And up next, the main event. And then you compare that to Ryan Garcia-Haney, for example, which was supposed to be their big fight, right, for the Zone.
Right.
All right, the main event, and then they show outside the arena, a bunch of people outside the arena, not even an overhead shot or anything, just a shot of the arena, people just walking by. There was a homeless guy peeing in the corner, and they got this music, ding, ding, like they're somebody hitting some sort of like lame percussion. I'm thinking, man, that doesn't get anybody hyped up. I'm sorry.
The Zone is Bush League level presentation, the presenters, the camera work, the graphics, everything. I just want to ask Don, hey man, do you still think Munguia could beat Benavidez, man?
I don't think I ever said that.
Oh, I'm pretty sure you did. I was just curious.
I don't know. To bring up Benavidez and fucking. Come on.
I thought it would be a 50-50.
Oh, do you still think that dumbass fucking? Do you still hold that dumbass opinion? I'm curious.
I don't know. I don't know because I don't know.
Yeah, hang on. You just said publicly, you thought Munguia Benavidez was a 50-50. Are you embarrassed to say that?
No, because I said it back before they fought, before he got knocked out, obviously. Now that he's been concussed.
So now you're a Monday morning quarterback now, right?
Well, no, because he got concussed. So now I don't know. Now it could slightly favor Benavidez.
Oh, slightly favor.
Yeah, it's not rocket science. It's not rocket science, Mirage.
I mean, I think Mirage, you're far more emotional than I am, and clearly I've been.
That's why I always tell you.
Clearly, my opinion
about boxing.
Clearly, my opinion.
David will beat Gear with one hand. He literally beat him with one hand.
Everyone. I just want to note that clearly my opinion has been living in Mirage's head rent-free for the last year and a half.
Excuse me.
For the last year and a half.
Excuse me. Don Madrazo, don't even ask me. I got a couple more. I got more important matters to discuss here. Mirage, I got a couple of questions for you. Hopefully, you answer them honestly, as I expect you to.
Shoot.
Mirage, is it true you're trying to dox somebody on the internet? Are you trying to dox somebody?
100%. And guess what? They deserve it. And I believe in justice. And I think we should all believe in justice. If somebody deserves something, they should get it.
Well,
All right,
The thing about that, do you believe in justice PDA? Do you believe in justice PDA or not?
Hold on. I said I
or not?
hold on. Hey.
And I've only just started PDA. I'm just warming up. I'm just warming up,
ask
baby.
my questions. Let me ask my questions, people. Please, let me ask my questions before you all jump in. Did you ever produce the proof of the terms and conditions for that bet with the person you're trying to dox?
Yeah, I got audio.
I've never seen it.
Evidence.
You send me some incomplete audio. I would have to listen to the complete audio. Where can I find the complete audio?
Have you been hired as a lawyer for TBS? Are you his lawyer?
Why won't you answer the question? You always ask so many questions. Then you just asked Don Madrasso's five questions.
I've got evidence. Yeah,
I asked you two questions. All of a sudden, you don't want to answer them.
Clear audio evidence of the person.
Where is the audio evidence? Where is the audio evidence?
I've given it to you. I'll give it to you again later.
No, later. See, I don't
it's on
like
my channel. Hang on, it's on my channel.
I don't like this. I don't like the
on my channel.
The
video's on my channel.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
All right.
Hold on. Can I?
Samuel, the doors are closing in, Samuel. Pay up.
Nah, see, I can't condone. I don't condone doxing. That's a step too far, man. And we could actually get in trouble. So don't say anything. If you still want to stay here, do not say anything that could get us in trouble.
Let's go back to boxing.
All right.
Have you noticed the Benavidez-Morrell fight's got more hype than this Fury-Usyk fight? Nobody gives a fuck about this.
Hey, Butcher, where's you going to read the coffee?
Yeah. Let me just read a comment here.
They really care about David's
Hold on. Jesus Christ. Somebody donated via Buy Me a Coffee. It was Garza Rafael Jr. Thank you for that. He says, will Canelo break the machismo code and literally hold hands with another man who is not his father or son? That's possible. No, I don't know. Do you think he's going to sell out?
He will.
His machismo?
He will.
And he holds hands for money?
He will. I mean, guys, I want to explain something to people who don't know because I've been to Saudi Arabia a lot. It's custom. It's not a sign of gayness. It's like it's custom where men hold men's hand. It's just a different world.
Yeah, we know.
Like,
that's BS.
Yeah.
But that's BS.
No, remember George Bush and that other former prince, king of Saudi Arabia? They were holding hands.
Know what it is?
Yeah.
I mean,
you know what it is, Bucho? It's a mind trip. It's a mind trip. It's like when those Jews in Israel, when they spit on Christians and they go, no, it's a sign of respect. Bullshit. That's what they're doing over there in Saudi Arabia. They're holding hands. It's a sign of emasculating somebody. And then the flip side to that is, or the added enjoyment, the duper's delight is telling you that, no, it's nothing gay. It's just that's the way we do it. I don't buy that for a second.
Well, I mean, and if you look on this side of the world, you got grown masculine men wearing headbands that say cinnamon. So, man, we can't really throw any rocks. We live in a glass house.
You're comparing somebody wearing a headband, you got people wearing tattoos and all that for their favorite fighter. You're comparing a headband to holding hands with another man.
I always give guys shit for that because, I mean, that literally what it says. It's just funny, but nah, like...
Yeah, I don't know. Holding hands with another man, that's not funny to me, man. I mean, that's and then those guys telling you, no, it's not gay. That's an added level of deception that I dislike.
Well, it's like one of those things in sports where they slap each other on the ass. It doesn't mean anything. If you play sports, it doesn't mean nothing.
Southpaw, you're starting to worry me a little bit.
Yeah, me too, man.
Y'all never play football? Wait, y'all are Canada. Y'all don't like football, huh?
We have the CFL. We have the CFL.
Yeah, I played football and basketball. Like when I was in high school.
Well, that explains a couple of things. That explains a couple of things now. Yeah.
How many times did you go to Saudi Arabia?
No, wait,
all right. Let's move on.
3 times to Saudi Arabia. 1 time to Kuwait.
All right. I was just joking.
Abu Dhabi.
Miraj wanted to say something. I think. I hope it's not related to.
There's not much hype. Like a week ago, nobody was even talking about this fight. Everybody's hyped for David versus David. That's the fight the boxing world is waiting for. They can't wait. It's the attention of the boxing world.
Okay,
it's making its rounds this week because of the push, bro. It's making its way because of the push, but that doesn't mean it's going to push numbers. And I get you, man. Look, I'm the furthest thing from a Canelo fan. I actually like David. I think David's gonna the criticism of David is not gonna age well. I think David's gonna do his thing in time. And I do think that Canelo swerved him. I'm sorry. I think Canelo swerved him. But I would just let it play out, bro. Because I know they pick on you a lot, and you want to get them back. But yo, I think David, he'll show people. He'll show people.
Which David though? I don't get which David is being.
Benavidez. I think he's gonna do big things, man. I do think Canelo's
they're going to be wiping the egg off their faces for years to come. That's okay. That's why I just.
Well, you just got to let it happen. I mean, it happened with other guys. It happened with Crawford. Remember when Crawford was that guy that everybody was spitting on, and then because everybody's spitting on Crawford, saying, "Oh, this, that," with the narratives, and then it turns out, boom. Like he's the guy, and the same thing with the Top Rank. They're saying, "Oh, but Top Rank's the worst promotion, they're racist, blah 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 blah," and then PBC falls apart, and Top Rank's still the steady ship, like it's always been for like 90 years. So I would just let it play out, bro. I know you get a lot of shit.
Yeah,
for
but
it,
what Mirage should understand is that on this channel, we don't get it wrong many times. I mean, we never picked Spence to beat Crawford. We never picked Spence to beat Crawford. We never shitted on Top Rank.
No, I'm not.
I know you're not saying. I'm just pointing it out for Mirage.
Well, that's the other thing, though, is because he's talking a big game about Benavidez, but I still remember when he was almost crying when Benavidez went the distance with Plant. Then he found a way to swerve that and sort of change the narrative on that. And then when he failed to stop Gvozdyk too, and actually ended up coming up with a bunch of excuses, like he had an ouchie. His hand had an ouchie. His hip had an ouchie. His taint had an ouchie. It's like he had a lot of ouchies after that fight. And I'm thinking, well, now he's with Memo Heredia. He's back with Heredia because he wasn't with him for the Gvozdyk fight. So now maybe he will look like the old Benavidez that we were accustomed to super middleweight. But can I just say something too? When I saw that little brouhaha that they had, apparently it was some sort of open workout. And I'm thinking, why would they have both camps? First of all, an open workout this far out from a fight. Why would they have them in the same place too? Usually they have them apart. It just started to reek to me of desperation of trying to get these guys to push and shove each other to try to create some pay-per-view or generate pay-per-view buys.
Yeah, it's almost called promotion. Promoting a fight, which is actually good, or did I miss something?
Well, I mean, when it's manufactured like that, it's fucking lame. That's number one. Number two, it seems to me Morrell's head is way bigger than Benavidez's. Well, what's that about?
Good, that's a bigger target. Perfect.
Well, I think what happened with the promotion is that they lost so many people they can't afford to pay the people that do the quality control and run the things. We saw it with the press conferences. So with that, it looked like they threw something together in a gym for a little promo. I've never seen them like do a face off like in a gym like that. But I do think Benavidez is a real dude, man. I've been around him. I've been around his dad, his brother coming up. Man, Benavidez is one of those dudes you don't fuck with in the streets. Like, he's really that guy. You know what I mean? He wants all the smoke. I don't know if it's going to play out and he's ever going to be the guy and beat everybody. But I'm telling you, man, I've been around the kid, and he's one of those dudes, like, he doesn't fuck around, dude. Like, and you hear it in his tone, man. You could just tell, like, this guy's doing. You know what I mean? Did he make I blame Samson and all the other shenanigans that people that are running his career as to why he had some, like, pitfalls. You know, but he did try to go Top Rank at one point. He did try to do the right thing, but I don't know why he stayed with PBC. Maybe they were still giving him hope for Canelo. I don't know. But David is that dude, man. He's one of those guys, like, he'll really punch you in the mouth. He's not one of these guys that are like, you know, like, I don't know, man.
I think that's the case with many fighters. I don't think there's that many fighters that are scared of another boxer, or else they wouldn't be boxing.
I mean, they're human. They get scared just like anybody else.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? I mean,
yeah.
Maybe Floyd, because he didn't want to lose his zero. Right? He even said he had nightmares of waking up, and the nightmare was that he lost a fight. Like, what the fuck? But now, when it comes to other boxers, most boxers, I don't think they're afraid of anybody. It's the promoters.
No, but they're not like, they don't have that sort of nasty energy where I'm going to fuck you up. They just are, whatever, like.
I mean, Plant, to get props, like Plant, he's not the toughest guy in the world, but Plant's one of those dudes. You know, if you like step on Plant's shoes, he's gonna punch you in the face. You know what I mean? And you look at guys like Charlo, who would just be like, "Nah, man, I'm good." And guys like Floyd, just because they're brilliant boxers doesn't mean they're tough guys in real life. But you see, there's a difference, man. Some guys are and some guys aren't. Even though they're boxers, they get scared too, man. They're human.
All right, so we gave the Benavidez thing.
Yeah, we could.
February 1st.
We gave the Benavidez thing 3 minutes. But I mean, listen, this whole the zone thing, I have high hopes, and hopefully those hopes don't get extinguished because you know how boxing is. But I mean, this year it was good with the Sheik. I mean, we saw a lot of good fights made. That's what I wanted to ask. What was the best card this year? Was it the Crawford Madrimov one? Was it the 5 versus 5, or was it the Beterbiev Bivol one? Or am I missing another one?
It wasn't the Crawford one. That started off good and then it was pretty mediocre. I mean, Crawford fighting a nobody in the main event. How can that be a great card? That's an overrated card. So what were the others again? I can forget.
5 versus 5?
Yeah, it would have been probably that.
What, the Beterbiev Bivol, that was let me just check which one, who fought there.
What the Ngannou Joshua fight card pretty good?
Who was on that card again?
Man, I know
Well, the 5 versus 5 were mismatches, weren't they?
I mean,
no. They were just a blowout. It was just Eddie lost his ass. They thought everybody thought Eddie's guys were gonna win, and they all got upset.
Eddie pumps up garbage fighters and makes people think they're like world level and elite. So he's like a used car salesman that gives you a lemon, drives up in a, says this is the beautiful, this is the best, this is an amazing car, it's a piece of shit. That's Eddie Hearn sort of with his fighters.
Well, he's new to America, man. You got to think everything sells in the UK. He needs an American Western advisors to say, you got to sign these guys. And you got to, even the commentators and the people running his thing they're horrible. He just needs better scouts that know the West,
I mean, yeah, he's more of a British guy, and that's the thing that gets me about him. He's signing all these like slickster guys that he thinks are going to be the next Floyd Mayweather. Somebody really ought to tell him, look, man, this shit ain't selling in the United States. He seems to be
he's putting his boots, everything in boots is his man, right?
Well, he takes in strays, man. Remember, he's the one that was overpaying Andrade, Boo Boo. He was the one that was overpaying Devin in the beginning. You know what I mean? So he's taking in, now he's taking in Shakur. Like, dude, what this guy, like, he needs somebody, and it's like, hey, man, the boxing in the West doesn't sell as easy as where you're from. You got to get guys that are entertaining. You got to get Navarretes. You got to get guys like that. You know what I mean? That are just fun to watch, because he's getting a bunch of guys that are going to be stinkers, man. Like, how you going to sell Hitchens and all those? You can't.
By the way, so this was the Joshua Ngannou card. It was the undercard was Parker versus Zhili Zhang, Vargas versus Nick Ball, Madrimov versus Kurbanov. Yeah, that was okay. I still maintain that the Crawford one was better, man. Because you had fucking what's his name, Jared Anderson versus Bacoli. You had Rayo versus Isa Cruz, Andy Ruiz versus Jarrell Miller. Although that ended up being boring, at least on paper, it was. You had something to look forward to. And there's another fight that I'm missing there. Who was? Not Andy Cruz versus the Mexican dude. What was the other one? There was another good fight on there. So that one was good. But yeah, next year, the February one between Bivol and Beterbiev 2. But I don't know. Some of those fights, I don't even know if they're all gonna materialize though. I expect 2 or 3 to fall off, unfortunately.
The one I really am interested in seeing is the Gary Antoine Russell versus Rayo.
Which one? But isn't that on PBC?
I thought that was gonna be on that card that you were just mentioning. Oh no! Yeah, I think that might be on the Davis card. I'm tripping, dude. I'm mixing up. My bad.
Right. Yeah, I mean the Davis card ain't. It wouldn't be bad if those guys just were more active. The guys on the undercard. Instead, we're getting a bunch of guys who are shaking off the rust.
Yeah, unfortunately.
We got a shout out to. Hold on a sec. Who is it? We got a buy me a coffee donation here. Butcher, did you read all of them or?
No, the last one, but it's not loading. It was Rapax.
Okay, well, I can read that one. Shout out to Rapax Trucking Company for his contribution with the Buy Me a Coffee. He says, notice how Crawford never mentioned a rematch with Madrimov. Hopefully Canelo Bud is next. Yeah, that's the thing, though. I was rewatching that Crawford-Madrimov fight. That was a very close fight. It's interesting that the fact that it's not happening yet. Well, again, some people say that's because Crawford's scared. Other people are saying because he's got bigger things already planned. But didn't the Sheik just come out and say that Crawford's injured? Still injured?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, it was last week or 2 weeks ago.
No, it was very vague. It's something very vague, insinuation. That's suspicious, man. It's like, I'm just going to say something to like give an excuse why he's not fucking fighting anybody. Injured from what?
Yeah, what did they say exactly? What exactly is the injury?
Weird, man.
Not sure.
I mean, listen, I'm not one of those people that says, oh, this guy's scared or that guy's, shaking in his boots. But it is interesting that Crawford now is he was even before the Spence fight, he was saying, "Oh, my career is good. I'm good with my career." That he felt his career was complete. So he probably really does believe that his career is all wrapped up, and that if he retires now, he's the greatest fighter of all time.
Yeah, he's not scared, but I think he doesn't give a fuck, and he's just going to wait for that Canelo payday if it happens.
Yeah, he just wants some
happen,
money.
He doesn't want. He's not interested in fighting just for the sake of it.
Yeah, I don't
you
think...
got so many people defending him. So many media members really bend over for this guy. It's amazing. Even Canelo is a face of boxing. They don't even bend over for him as much. I don't understand why they do it for Crawford. I don't know does he have them blackmailed or something?
He's American. Maybe that's why. I don't know.
He's the black
I think
American
he blacked
sort of
him.
star,
Could be.
You know,
Yeah.
it's always like that.
Hey, yo, we got Gypsy jumping in.
Yo, Gypsy.
Gypsy.
Probably working. He's working and jumping on the show.
He's working on a game plan for Fury. That's what he's doing.
Let's get some predictions here. Who hasn't given us his prediction yet? Mirage. Your prediction.
Yeah, I'll go with Usyk, but this is close to another 50-50 fight. This can really go either way, but I think Fury looks slob. He looks fucking out of shape and fat again. I don't know how. I think he's physically past his prime a little bit, so Usyk will edge it, I guess. Probably won't hurt Fury this time. Probably just gonna, I don't know. Usyk, yeah. Edging
Decision, I guess.
He sounds so enthusiastic when he's not
He
talking
doesn't
about
give a
David.
fuck, man. Because it's not.
It's not David. He doesn't care.
Who's
Exactly. It's not Benavidez, so he's like, I don't give a shit. All right.
Is it going to be like an amazing action fight that I can't wait for? No.
Well, the first one was.
Real Talk Boxing. I see Real Talk Boxing. Real Talk Boxing is in the chat. Real Talk Boxing, you're a little bitch.
How many times are you gonna say his name, bro? Say it once.
Hey, Mirage, what are you gonna do as a boxing fan?
Mutes me every time on Ring IQ.
Well, I don't blame him.
Well, you say his name over and over, bro.
He can't take it. So when people can't take it, these bitches, they mute, they block. That's some sissy.
Maybe he's afraid. Maybe he's afraid you're gonna dox him or something. The way you're doing with other people.
He's scared of what I'm gonna say. Yeah, he's scared of the facts.
Speaking of which,
the facts.
Mirage, what's up with you doxing people, bro? What's going on? You got some information? You got some photos?
No. I already
all
asked
the
him
information.
I already asked him that earlier.
Oh, okay, my
I'm
bad.
warming up. Yeah, let's keep it boxing.
Who's this? Who's this Vic Darchinian looking motherfucker on the camera?
Hold on. It's over. The reason why I don't want to talk about any specifics about that is because you can't be doing that on YouTube.
Okay, I got you. Cool.
Right.
That's fine.
Really fucks you up.
What's up with this Vic Darchinian looking motherfucker right here?
Gypsy, you're muted. We can't hear you, Gypsy. You're muted.
You're muted, man. You're muted.
Keep your eyes on the road, bro. Off the camera.
He's being chased by the cops.
Getting into a car crash.
Right.
Anyways. Yeah, he's driving.
Hey guys.
All right. Yes, who's this?
I bet it's me. It's Stefke.
Yeah.
Gypsy is the only guy. He yet saw Fury naked without his jacket that he wore on the way in.
Come on, official. That's not. He says we can't hear him. What?
Yeah, I'm checking.
He can't hear anything. You got to turn off your camera, bro, and turn on the mic.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, turn off your camera. We don't need to. Turn the camera off. Maybe that will work.
Put some clothes on.
My stomach will feel better.
Hey, Olaf was gonna jump in too, and then he dipped out. Like, you just see that? He boom. Yeah.
He'll be
that was
back.
an hour ago, I think.
He'll be back. In the chat, Hawker Mustang says Mirage almost fell asleep talking about Usyk versus Fury. Yeah, it sounded like it.
Well, Real Talk has a message from Mirage. Says the only fact Mirage ever said was that he's my bitch. Come on.
But whose fault is it that I'm falling asleep talking about the fight? Is that my fault or is it their fault?
I mean, it's an interesting fight. Come on.
Think about that.
All right.
It's a philosophical question right there.
Fucking Plato here.
It's up to them to deliver, man.
Well, you were falling asleep while you were talking about it, not while somebody else was talking about it.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about.
All right, we can hear Gypsy now.
You're thinking about David.
Finally, it's been a minute, bro. I'm trying to talk. I can't hear you guys sometimes, and I can hear you, and then it's on and off. How you guys hear me now?
It's okay, man.
Okay. You guys excited for the fight or no?
Except Mirage. Except Mirage.
Yeah, fucking Mirage always a down player. It's all good. Unless it's David Benavidez.
Hey, Gypsy.
Yeah.
What's your prediction, man?
I got it, man. My prediction is decision. I said it last time. Decision. Decision. But, when you're talking about the weight, I was surprised that he didn't take his jacket off or whatever. That was interesting. But I think he's 273. I don't think he's 281. I think he's like 7 pounds shy. And that's a perfect weight for him because he has power on that weight. He doesn't really have power at 260. He's got power at 273. 277 is too much. He's sloppy at 277. 273 is perfect.
What? That's a 4-pound difference, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, it's boxing, bro. Boxing, 4 pounds makes a difference.
On that giant oath? No.
Maybe you're right about that. Maybe you're right, but I don't know. It's his body. He knows better, bro. And if he's trained for 3 months like he claims he did, he didn't see his wife and kids and all this kind of stuff, prison style training, then he probably knows best for himself that weight is probably the best. Yeah, that's what he said. That's the rumors I've been hearing. Prison style training, bro.
Yeah, but you were there with them.
I wasn't there with them. I've been hearing. Yeah, of course I was, bro. I was polishing his fucking bald head. That's what I was doing.
I'll be honest. When he came in at 281, I was like, is Gypsy hiding in his jacket? Like, what's going on?
Oh, bro, he ain't hiding nothing in his jacket. I think he was too cold, and I think he's kind of like. At the same time, he's like body. He's kind of body humiliated, like embarrassed of body, and he doesn't. That's another reason why. I think that's the main. He's trying to have every edge possible mentally going into the fight. He doesn't talk so much anymore because he doesn't want to waste energy on the talking. He wants to waste energy in the fight. And the last thing that he did, I'm serious. The last thing he did with that 10-minute stare down, that was the only thing he was doing, trying to get into the soul of Usyk, and it kind of worked out. But Usyk was fighting back. I noticed. It was a back and forth. And this one he didn't do it because I'm not gonna do that shit anymore. That was the one-time thing. We're gonna do it in the ring, and that's it. This is how it's gonna go down.
I got a question for Gypsy because look, I do think Fury has a chance.
Go ahead.
I think Fury. I mean, if you've listened to the show, you know that I'm giving Fury more of a chance than most people, and I think some people are overrating Usyk a tiny little bit. My thing with you is a lot of people like to make fun of you because, he's a Fury fan, blah, blah, blah. If Fury wins tomorrow, can we expect like some sort of a blitz from the Gypsy King boxing style? Are you going to say, give me are you going to demand props and are you going to talk?
I'm going to be concrete, bro. I'm going to be like, I told you guys so. And what happened? And that's it. And when I say exactly what was going to happen, that's what happened. That's what I'm going to do. And that's it. What happened? Exactly what I told you. It's like those fat, old black ladies that when they talk to each other in Family Guy. What happened? That's exactly what I told you was going to happen. It's going to be that kind of shit, and that's it. I'm not going any further. I'm not going to embarrass somebody. I'm not going to do shit, bro. Like, maybe if they go overboard, that's when I'll fucking do it. But other than that, I don't do that shit. It's a fight. It's there's a winner, there's a loser all the time in a fight, and I didn't really humiliate the guys that lost the Bivol fight. Bivol Bjerrebiv, I didn't do any of that shit. I know that their boy lost clearly, but I don't have to go too far into that. And I know that in the second fight he's knocking him out. Literally, quite literally, he's gonna knock him out. But that's a different story. And with one last thing before I bounce out, and I'll see you guys on Sunday, I guess. The reason why Fury is behaving the way he is, like you notice that he was talking about having a trilogy, and now he's not talking about having a trilogy, because Alex Krasius, the snake, his promoter, that faggot. I don't like that fool's face.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm serious. He's a snake. I don't want to mention the J word, but anyways, that little snake. He said we're gonna end, and I know this is coming from Usyk's side. It's not just coming from his side. We're gonna end Tyson Fury's career. You know what that means to me? That means you're gonna beat him up, and then if you can knock him out, you're not gonna knock him out. You're gonna continuously beat him up, and then to a point where he is a pulp. That's what that means. And this is why Fury has a different mentality coming in. Once I heard that shit, I was like, wow, really? Is that what you're going to do to the guy that made you the most money possible? Gave you the best, put your name out there and everything. And, you guys shared a ring like that. He really liked the dude afterwards, after the fight. It was genuine. That wasn't bullshit. And you're going to say you're going to end this fucking career? The only motherfuckers who say I'm going to end your career are people that hate each other. They literally genuinely hate each other.
But Gypsy, of course,
I swear to God, this cocksucker needs to get his ass kicked and fuck his Ukraine. Literally, fuck his Ukraine. I'm not joking with this shit.
Okay, Gypsy, but tell me, isn't it logical for the boxing fans to want to see a knockout and to see?
No, I'm okay with that.
Hold on. Okay.
I want him to go in there. And he's your enemy. But to sit there and say that shit, like you mean it. Like before, it was like Fury's like, okay, we fight. I hope we come out unscathed.
Wait. Gypsy, I know. No, I know that. But see, the problem with boxing that a lot of us have is precisely that a lot of these guys are acting too friendly and trying to be buddy, having indirect agreements in the ring to go full 12, and basically a lot of their fights seem like sparring matches. And
I get it, bro. That's not gonna happen with these two. Did you notice that in the first fight? That's not gonna happen. He intentionally meant that shit, bro. That was meant. There was intent. There's a legitimate hate from his camp. Fury's side, there's not hate. It's just aggressive competition. That's all it is. There's genuine hate coming from their side, bro. I hope I said decision, and whatever happens. But I hope he gets his ass fucked up.
Man, Gypsy here hating on Usyk now. There's a literal fucking anger. Oh, Gypsy has gone to the dark side. Gypsy. Let me just read a. Guys, I wanna hold on, Gypsy. I wanna just quickly just read a donation here, Don. Given to us by Recognize the Matrix via what's it called again? Buy Me a Coffee. Don't forget, guys, you can donate via Buy Me a Coffee. He says, Fury 281, Usyk 226. What's going on here? Look to Fury to take it to Usyk early with the extra weight on. It can be a gamble that works for Fury, but if not, that extra weight can work against him late into the fight. That's true. That's what we've been talking about. So it's either Fury takes him early or that's it, man.
Maybe the commissioner is... Yeah. Sorry, BDA, go ahead.
Recognize sounded like Quentin Tarantino there a little bit when he said, what's going on here?
What's going on here? What's going on here? Put that down. What's going on here?
Yeah, but it's true, though. It's the weight is really bizarre. But Gypsy, you're really turning into dark Gypsy here. Like dark Gypsy magic going on. What?
Bro, when I heard that promoter say that, it's weird. Like I don't believe in that. Connection mentally and everything. Then I saw Fury flip. He's like, I envision pain, trauma, suffering, all this shit. This is when he started saying this shit, because it's not a fight anymore. It's like, I'm gonna go in there and fucking kill this dude, bro. Because he's literally saying, he's not saying, my promoter said it, just like how AJ used to do. I didn't say that. My promoter, Eddie Hearn, said that. Bro, he's literally implying that shit, bro. That is fucking disgusting. You can say, I'm gonna go in there and fuck him up and all this shit, but to say I'm gonna end your fucking career, that's a whole different story. That's a whole different thing. It is a totally different thing, bro. Like, come on, man. We know that's a totally different thing. It's a totally different fucking mindset. You're telling the guy, forget, you're not gonna fight anymore after this. I'm gonna beat you up so bad, you're gonna be a cripple. That's what that means.
I don't think it's that. He didn't say he didn't say I'm gonna kill you. We've heard other fighters say that. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna body you.
Forget about the excuses that he's doing with the beard right now. That's the funny shit that's coming out. He's already his cage has been rattled already. Whatever. Forget about that shit. The last thing. There was one more thing I had to mention. I used to like watching the promo that you just came out with the mind games. You know, they're in each other's mind. I can't even watch that shit no more because after what I heard. I don't like it.
Are you serious? I don't know.
I can't watch this dude no more because he's that disgusting. And you know what he looks like? He looks like a wannabe Ice Vanilla.
Vanilla Ice.
Vanilla motherfucker gonna get fucked up. It's gonna be Suge Knight fucking up Ice Vanilla. That's what it's gonna be.
I think you're taking this a little too seriously.
I'm not taking it serious, bro. I wasn't taking it serious before, but I am taking it now.
I don't know, man.
There's a lot more that goes on the line.
Like, are you one that flies off the handle easily? Often?
I don't give a shit, man. If
no, you have road rage. What the fuck?
No, he's not like Don Madrazos. He's not usually like this, to be honest. I'm actually surprised.
There's a reason. I wasn't like this in the first fight. Why do you think I'm talking like this?
Know.
Because the guy's a fucking bitch. That's why.
I think guys always say that. Guys always say, "I'm gonna end your career. You're done." Like Fury said it too.
No, man, I don't do it.
You know, Fury says that shit too. I don't get it. I don't know what I mean. All right.
It's the persona of the individual. He's not a good individual. He throws this act like he's a good guy. He jokes around, but he's like a total scumbag, bro. Wow. You can't have this guy as a friend. That's how he is. He deserves to get beat up.
I just have to say one thing. If Usyk was able to mentally disturb Fury's fans like Gypsy this much, I can only imagine how rattled Fury is himself.
He's not rattled.
I mean, did you see how
Fury's not rattled? Fury's not scared, brother. He's
he had a mental breakthrough during the press conference.
He's actually he can't wait the day that he steps in the ring with this dude. And I get that. The day that I'm gonna fuck this pussy, I can't wait for it. That's how it is with him. It's not like that.
In the chat, Recognize the Matrix is asking, what's your plan with Usyk? Recognize the Matrix is asking, what's the problem?
Oh well, it's the fact that he's it's the fact that you're an AJ fanboy. Just tell him that. Don't worry about it. Well, that's what it is.
I mean, look, Gypsy has a legitimate. Gypsy has a point. I don't like it.
This dude. I didn't care. It's not. I had no bone to pick with Usyk. His promoter, the shit that comes out of his fucking mouth is the same thing that he utters on closed doors between them. And I don't like that. And his actions and everything, it proves to me that this guy and his fake ass Ukrainian cry out where he actually cares about Ukraine, it's all about his selfish fucking needs and wants. He's a phony, bro. And he's gonna get exposed. If it's not fucking tomorrow, it's gonna be eventually. He's gonna get exposed, just like how AJ got exposed. He's gonna get exposed.
Well, I do think that. All right. Well, you know what though? If Fury wins tomorrow, depending on how he wins too, like if he hits Usyk with a bunch of body shots, expect the Usyk fans to have a bit of a meltdown too, because there's Fury fans that are a little bit insane. There's also Usyk fans that are a little bit too insane. They're the guys that just jumped on the bandwagon after he beat Joshua. They were never really on the bandwagon prior to that. And if Fury wins somehow tomorrow, let's say they're going to the body a lot, they're gonna say, "Oh, the low blows" or something like. You know that's gonna happen. You know there's gonna be. That's why I don't get too much in the. Oh, I want to see a meltdown. Oh, the Fury fanboys a meltdown, because they all have meltdowns. Every fanboy has a meltdown. That's why they're fanboys, because they can take it.
I'm not gonna have a meltdown. I'll say whatever happened was meant to happen. The thing is, what they're gonna say is he was too big. His weight was too much, and they're gonna say Alexander was way past his prime. That's the excuses.
Well, you know, they were already kind of saying that. Some people were saying that.
Prime. That's what they're gonna say. Because he looks like Vanilla Ice. I'm telling you right now.
They're both past their prime. Both of them. They're both past their prime, bro. They're not in their prime. Neither guy is.
I think Alexander is better.
Okay. Well, he's better. Okay, so he's not in his prime then. They're both past their prime, bro. I don't know where you're getting you're conjuring this idea that they're both spring chickens out there fucking ready to go. They're both past their prime, bro. I mean, anybody could see that.
I agree with you in a sense because they're older, but because sometimes age doesn't really mean much because of the experience and the drugs that we have nowadays and all this kind of stuff that goes along. that can play a factor in the fight. So I wouldn't say I'd rather see the fight and then say, oh yeah, okay, they are definitely way past their prime, because Usyk wasn't past his prime in the first fight. He was actually better.
He was.
He took shots better in the first fight than he did with the Asian shit.
Listen, I've said this from the beginning.
Yeah.
When they went into the first fight, this fight should have happened 5 years ago. But they were both past their prime already. They're not doing the same. I saw Usyk in the first Joshua fight look like man, he's really slow. Like, okay. I thought he was past his prime in that fight. I think he's still past his prime. It's not like he's going to reverse the clock here. Both guys are past their prime, bro. How do you let a novice fucking knock you down and pretty much go toe to toe with you? And then how do you struggle against Joshua, a guy that's been mentally defeated? Like, they're both past their prime, dog. I'm under no illusion here. Like, I don't think you should either. Like, I think they're evenly matched because they're past their prime. So,
can I ask Bucho something here? Bucho, just a little business, real quick. Did you see the names I sent you for the list? I had those on actual paper.
Yeah. I'll add them soon.
Can you show the screen? Because I just want to do a little bit of a tally here. How many people are actually picking the underdog?
All right, hold on.
Yeah, because I'm very interested. Because look, listen, I never, especially in a fight like this of this caliber, I never say this dude's gonna win and that's it. No, man. I'm picking Usyk again, but I'm on shaky ground here. I don't know. I think Fury could pull it off. He almost did the first time. It's not like he got completely outclassed or anything. Okay, so here's the list. So we got who's picking Fury. I'm Your Leader picking Fury. Jesus Pardo's picking Fury by stoppage. Jerry says Fury close decision. Francis Le19 says Fury 5th round KO. Jeez Louise. Gonzalo saying Fury by unanimous decision. Never Sober's Fury by robbery. Although that was a fake prediction. We got to get him.
That's I'm gonna say controversial decision.
No. Listen, there's no such thing as either you go all in or you don't go in. All right.
All right, I'm knee deep in, bro. I'm going Fury.
You're balls deep. All right, he's balls deep in Fury. Bucho, how confident are you in your pick? Because you say Usyk by majority decision. You think it's going to be an actual
confident, man. I have this feeling, just a feeling that Fury might win by stoppage.
Now, let me ask Gypsy then. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, that's it.
Gypsy, how confident are you in that Fury wins?
He's driving.
With Benavidez and
He's muted.
Bivol, because I knew there was no shot in hell Bivol would have taken that. And even when he cheated, he still couldn't fucking win with the headbutts. And the ring size, by the way, with the factor that Benavidez had a knee surgery. That's like a lot of handicaps, and he still fucking couldn't win. He lost 8-4, by the way. Forget about that. I do believe that he has a much better chance in the first fight because he's more focused. I think there was a lot of clowning around the first fight. On top of that, he was lighter, and him being lighter, he's a little bit more chinny in 260 than he is if he's in 270. He's not really chinny in 270. But that's a fit 270, 273 to be exact. Because when he's weighing 277, he looks like he's already looking like a bag of lard. He looks more of a bag of lard at 277. But 273, he looks fit. He looks like, that's the same weight that he came in the Wilder 2 fight. If he comes in like that, there's a possible stoppage. And but I'm not going to lean towards that because I'm going to give Vanilla Ice Vanilla Ice a little bit. He's going to run around a little bit, and he's going to survive for 12. You might have a success of maybe one.
I'm gonna be. Listen, I'm always honest. You lost me, man. I asked you how confident you are. I like
he doesn't want to answer. He doesn't want to answer.
100%. If I was 100% confident for the Benavidez and Bivol, I am about 95% confident in this fight.
Whoa. And by the way, Butcher, can I just say real quick, Olaf, I forget, Olaf's prediction is Fury by destructive knockout between round 1. Yeah, no, I know, but I'm just saying because I just saw it again. Fury by destructive knockout between rounds 1 and 7.
Yeah, destructive knockout. By the way, I want to thank. Hold on, just quickly. I want to thank that guy for his donation via Buy Me a Coffee. He says both past their prime is a hot take. Well, I mean,
they're definitely past their primes.
Yeah.
Especially Usyk. I mean, he left his best days in cruiserweight. But about something that Gypsy mentioned, honestly, I find it funny how so many Beterbiev's fanboys, especially that sect around Precise, are crying about Bivol and his supposed headshots, while they're worshipping a guy who made his career out of wrestling and rabbit punching behind the head. That's everything I wanted to say.
Wait. What was it that they're praising?
Well, I'm talking BDA basically because Gypsy is kind of supporting that sect around Precise who is worshipping Beterbiev no matter what, and like they're complaining about Bivol landing a few let me talk, man. Landing a few headbutts, and while their guy made a career of rabbit punching and wrestling.
Interesting correlation right there. I will say this in regards to Usyk and Fury.
BDA, I gotta say this, I'm a boss, but I said I was gonna boss, I'm still having a boss yet. One thing, I was not, initially when I went between these two, I had picked Bivol to win the fight. The reason why I picked Beterbiev is because of the caliber of Beterbiev's skill set and the power he brings to the fight. And keep in mind, Bivol is the taller guy between the two. And he had I think he might have had a slight reach advantage as well, maybe. He looked bigger. And he still got beat. What does that tell you about your boy? You know what I mean? He did get beat. There's no joke. He did, and from the 10th round, he's lucky that he didn't get stopped. He's lucky that he didn't get out. Well, so yeah, I'm not joking. From the 10th to the 12th, to the 10th to the 12th.
He was never hurt, bro.
Wait, what fuck is he saying?
Multiple times.
Hold on. Rewind here. You're saying that Beterbiev.
He's Asian, man. He's small. Small penis. Don't do that.
Did you say that Beterbiev was in trouble?
I didn't say Beterbiev was in trouble. I said Bivol was in trouble.
Yeah, he was.
I never said Beterbiev. Not one time in that fight, Beterbiev was in trouble.
Yeah, I agree. I thought.
Sorry about that.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you said
let him go. Let him continue.
Trouble. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's no point in time. I mean, initially I picked Bivol because I do like the boxing skill, and I don't like the juggernaut thing. I do like the power. Don't get me wrong. I'm all about power. I love that shit. It's just the thing is, I thought that Bivol, he's almost on the same caliber. In some cases, he's better in areas than this, and that's why I lean towards. And I was right. And the power was the difference maker. The power, if he didn't headbutt him, because the headbutt made a huge difference, because he had to worry about getting headbutted or landing his backhand. Which one is he got to do? He's got to defend the headbutt, right? And then he gets clipped because he's defending the headbutt. He was using the headbutt, Bivol, to his advantage. That's why he didn't get knocked the fuck out. That's one reason why he didn't get knocked. Another reason was because it's a 20-foot ring instead of an 18-foot ring. That makes a huge difference as well. So your boy is not. He would never beat Beterbiev. Even if Beterbiev is 40 years old next year, he's not going to beat him. He just not. It's still not going to happen.
No, yeah. I was not even talking about who won. I was never even mentioning who won. Never discussing who won that fight. I never asked you that. I told you about you being funny complaining about headbutts while supporting a guy who
But here's the thing,
was
though, isn't
landing
it?
rabbit
Headbutt's a
punches.
serious crime. In the boxing game, it's a crime. It's a serious offense. It's a serious offense to headbutt somebody, right?
Just like rabbit punches and using wrestling in boxing.
Wrestling, it's not really wrestling, it's clinching. But if you're talking about rabbit punches, it's not his fault where his opponents duck his head. It's not his fault.
It's you picking and choosing. Now it's your personal opinion.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
you
like,
right now making a list of what's a worst foul between those two.
See, the thing is, Kovalev also complained about the fact when he got his ass beat up by Benavidez in the amateurs, and that's a point system, by the way. He also beat Alexander Usyk the first time they met. So if you sit there and talk like this, that Benavidez is a rabbit puncher, I don't know, man, what you're looking at, because Benavidez is more than just what you think he is. Anyways, I'm out.
I mean, you're telling me about the Turbio funny. Okay.
Man, that dude can talk, can it?
That's crazy. All right.
Yeah, I mean, no, I just want to say it's funny that he's telling me about trying to teach me something about Beterbiev, who I studied way more than I have studied Bivol's fighting.
He almost had a mental breakdown like Fury did at their final press conference.
Yeah, that's why I tried to troll him a bit. But Usyk really got Gypsy rattled.
Hey guys, don't forget, anybody can join the show. The link is in the chat, link in the description. And yeah, jump on. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. So yeah, Gypsy boxing style, he hates Usyk at this point. His whole camp, basically, for some comments that they made about ending Fury's career.
So he hates Usyk for something that he didn't even say.
Yeah, but he says he probably thinks it. And he probably talks about that with his team, about ending Fury's career. So, hey, who knows, man? Who knows? But now it's personal for Gypsy boxing style. Now it's personal. As BDA was saying, most people are picking Alexander Usyk to win the fight. I'm looking at the predictions here right now. They're on your screen. And it's understandable, though. Right, guys? That Usyk is a favorite amongst the fans. Quentin, did we get your prediction?
Yeah, Usyk TKO round 11.
I see it. Yep. If anybody else is missing, if anybody else didn't give us their prediction, go ahead and give it to us. We're gonna write them down. I'm trying to write down some predictions from the chat as well, and we'll see what happens. Nobody can flip-flop over here.
Has Mr. BDA gave his prediction?
Wait.
Because for every single fight, I have to call him out, because Mr. BDA, he's always back foot bitching.
You're right.
When
He
it
never.
comes to
No. He gave us. He gave us his prediction. I'm seeing it. I'm looking at it right now. Mr. BDA says Usyk by majority decision. He copied me. That's what I said.
My bad.
That's exactly what I wrote, and I wrote it first. Whatever.
Get your own opinion, BDA.
Yeah. So what else? The undercard is shit, so we can't talk about that. Anything else that's happening in boxing right now, guys?
I'm hearing that there's rumors that once Top Rank is finished with ESPN, they're gonna be moving to the Zone.
Oh yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, they're moving to the
my
Zone.
bad.
Apparently, it's a done deal. That's good for boxing, and like as we talked about earlier, now there's no excuses for fights not taking place. Certain fights not taking place. They're on the same fucking network.
Yep. So it's gonna be everyone but PBC outside the umbrella, right?
Yep.
It's funny. They're gonna be the ones out left in the cold now.
I remember everybody was picking them, though. Isn't that funny? And it's like they're the only ones staying on one side of the street.
Yeah, I think they're the only ones, man. They've been for a while, kind of left out on the cold. It's been, I would say Showtime, then, Amazon, and that's just not gonna work out, dude.
Mm-hmm. Well, they basically did the exact same thing to themselves. They did the exact same thing they wanted to do to other promoters, to leave them behind, to force them. Yeah.
Yep. That was the whole reason they started the PBC, was to ice everyone out, thinking that they were going to just have everyone in house and everyone had to go on their side to fight their fighters. And what ended up happening was that they just had a bunch of fucking lame-ass ducks sitting around doing nothing. So.
Exactly. Well, when I look at it, it looks like a great parallel to what's happening in. I'm not going to get into politics, but all these countries leaving the dollar, ditching the dollar, kind of like US.
Yeah. I mean, that's. Yeah. Are you guys gonna have a second renaissance about that? About the supposed banking collapse that they're talking about again? It's a subject that keeps coming up every 4 or 5 years. Somebody comes out with some kind of news saying that it's like the dollar's about to collapse, and I've been hearing this. I've been hearing this for 25 years. Seriously,
it's called de-dollarization. But now this time's for real though, because you can just look at bricks.
Look at bricks. Dude, we've been hearing this for so long. I was even thinking about stockpiling fucking weapons.
No. I mean, fuck. People are already doing that in the US.
I'm just saying, survival gear, fucking.
No. It's just currency devaluation. It's currency devaluation, which occurs all the time because there's no fiat currency that has. All fiat currencies go back down to zero. That's a fact.
If you're going to stockpile anything,
anyways, we're talking politics, economics.
Stockpile rounds. Get yourself some good rifles, good guns, but stockpile more rounds, more cartridges is what you need. Not more physical weapons.
I believe in a zombie apocalypse, so
yeah, you need to
get ready for that.
Go ahead. Can I say something we haven't talked about here? All right, so the Jerome Boutsanis versus Teofimo Lopez. Apparently, a couple of days ago they said negotiations were dead for that fight. Now apparently they were still. Bob Arum made because he's in Saudi Arabia. And he said he's been doing the rounds, and he said that we're still trying with the Teofimo Boots. But then Eddie Hearn just recently came out, and he said, Boots has told us he prefers a unification at 147. So now my question then becomes, okay, people are so enamored now with the belt thing, right? The four belt era. Is it a superior achievement for Jaron Ennis to fight, let's say, Stanionis, over a smaller but more accomplished guy in Teofimo Lopez? What do you guys think? I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Stanionis hasn't fought in a while. Isn't that right? Because I cannot remember of a recent fight of him. Because his fights with he tried to fight Ortiz 2 times, and both times it was cancelled, right? So in my opinion. Oh, thank you. In my opinion, it would be a valuable fight if he was fighting constantly, if he was in a fighting shape, because he's a bigger guy and I would say physically stronger than Teofimo. But yeah, now it's questionable if you consider his situation.
Yeah, it's just really weird how this guy always just has so much he has a hard time getting freaking fights, man. I mean, even Stanionis, I think he's trying to fight his mandatory Giasov. So I don't know why Ennis would even have that name, or Eddie Hearn, if he brought up that name, why would that name would even be brought up? I mean, it's just weird. He can't get any unifications. The Lopez fight was going to be the big fight that he was going to get, and he doesn't take that fight, and then now he's right back to wanting to unify titles again. It's weird.
Yeah, because so sorry, BDA. Before I forget, I want to bring up something about Jaron Ennis, because I remember hearing you a couple of times saying on the show how it was really striking how much better he dealt with the guy from South America. I forgot his name. The guy who fought Abreu. Yeah, the guy who was beaten by Besputin. Who was highly touted welterweight from Russia until he got caught with PEDs. how much easier time he had with Abreu. But this is something that people do not know. Abreu got out of prison or jail less than a week before that fight, so that thing no one is mentioning. And I was trying to tell people in the chat about it. I think that he came out of jail like 3-4 days before the fight, and then they brought him immediately. He signed the fight in jail, and
well,
once he was out.
When I kept bringing up the Abreu fight, that was during the pandemic. That was 4 years ago now. I've since started saying, okay, Ennis isn't, because first of all, I never overhype a prospect, because when there are prospects, we still haven't seen what they've got. Hence why they're called prospects. Since then, I finally had my more concrete look at what Ennis is capable of, and I still think he's a formidable fighter. But ever since the Lipinets fight, I've seen a lot of holes in his game. Indicative of a guy who's not going to be, as Ring Magazine said, the pound-for-pound king in the next 5 years. But I'm more concerned with this whole thing of this obsession with, well, I want to unify. First of all, he conceded after the Karen rematch that making 147 is getting hard, and perhaps why he struggled against Karen. That was what he said. Now all of a sudden he still wants to kill himself to make 147 for unification. But people have to understand, the man makes the belt, not the other way around. This ain't the 1950s anymore, where if you had a belt, it meant something. There's 4 belts floating around now, including 2 subdivisions for 2 of those belts, meaning we have, in any one division, we can have 6 people calling themselves champions. The belt has been diluted, the term champion has been diluted as well. I don't buy it. And for him to say, well, I'd rather fight a guy like Stanionis or Mario Barrios over Teofimo Lopez. And yes, look, listen, are there going to be people who are going to crap on him if he beats Teofimo Lopez? Yes. There's always going to be some people criticizing a win. That guy was shot, he was old, he was probably gay, whatever excuse they can find to discredit that fight, that's what they're going to do. But it's still a fact that Teofimo Lopez is way more accomplished than Mario Barrios and Stanionis. Yes, those guys might be bigger, they might be real welterweights, whereas Teofimo Lopez is still a bit of a diminutive one. But it's still way more accomplished, and it's a better fight on paper, money-wise. Something they can market better than Barrios or Stanionis. Barrios has the character and personality of a dead moth, and Stanionis barely speaks in English. And by the way, Sargent says that Stanionis got deported. I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true, but you never know.
Before I gotta go for a bit, but can I just read a donation by Chet Collins via Buy Me a Coffee? We really appreciate your donation. He says, Merry Christmas, BDA and chat. Fury talking too much. Usyk gonna crush him. All right. Well, don't tell that Gypsy boxing style. But that's what a lot of people are saying. Usyk's gonna win.
Shout out to Chet Collins. Real appreciate it, Chet. Thank you for your contribution, and shout out to everybody who's donated so far, who's hit that like, or else you're gonna have some problems this Christmas. Now let me say something else. Jaron Ennis, another reason why he should fight Teofimo Lopez. There's a lot of brothers out there, Afro-Anglos, who are saying they've taken umbrage with some of what Teofimo Lopez has said, some harsh words they have for him. In fact, some people have even more than words. They've got some mean intentions for him if they ever see him on the streets, according to what they say. So my thing is, why not? Why shouldn't Jaron Ennis take that fight and build it up as a, listen, I'm doing this for the culture.
Let him stand up. Someone's got to stand up for the hood, BDA.
That's what I'm saying. So, Sobers, what do you think? What do you think about that? Why isn't that Lopez fight happening?
Well, I don't know what else to say about this dude, Jaron Ennis, that he's just been fucking ducking. All right, so you guys, he should have fought that he didn't. Crawford, who's the other one? Norman, Ortiz, Stanionis, and who's the other? There's one more.
Barrios.
He didn't fight Barrios. He lowballed Barrios. Because that's what was said. And now Teofimo. So there's like 5 or 6 guys right there.
Oh,
so
the UK guy, remember? And Gaiosov, I think.
Oh, no. Don't forget Kavaluskas. He was supposed to fight Kavaluskas too. There's rumors that he was ducking him. The Kavaluskas was saying this guy don't want to fight me. And he was like, come on. But I believe that he didn't want to fight this dude. So that's like 5 or 6 names, right? So he's a common denominator in all these situations. And just like you said, BDA, to add on what you were saying earlier, bro, that I want to unify and become undisputed. That's not the first time he used that as an excuse, right? Whenever, because I think the Turkey was really trying to make that Crawford and Ennis fight, and this dude said, "No, I'm gonna stay at 147 and I'm gonna unify." And then he gets a chance to unify with Norman Jr. and he doesn't do it. He says, and then he fights Karen. He goes, "Oh, I don't know. I think I might move up. This is hard. This weight's hard to make." All right, fight Ortiz. Actually, no. I'm gonna stay at 147. No. I'll fight Ortiz at 147.
Yeah,
all right, well,
exactly
fight this dude Teofimo. Yeah, that guy's kind of too active. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I want to unify. I want to unify. Let me get. When's the last time he said he on this fight? 2.5 years. He just got deported and beaten in the Ukraine. Okay, cool. Let me fight him.
Sobers, to your point, out of all the possibilities that he had for his future fights, the choice to go down to stay at 147 and quote unquote chase the belts is by far the easiest choice, the safest choice, and it's really terrible, disappointing. Another bitch move.
He didn't fight Butayev.
Yeah,
I would like to see him.
You mentioned all those names, and again, I don't know what really happened. I mean, I know that there is a strong. Most people said that it was probably beyond a doubt that he did indeed turn down that. What was the one that he turned down before Lopez?
Ortiz.
Right, Ortiz. Yeah, the Ortiz one. That's the one that he turned down. But the other ones that you mentioned, I don't know. I'd really have to look into it and. Tell you the truth, I'm really not that interested in doing all that research just to find out if maybe really he was a problem. But it is interesting, like you mentioned, 6. If it's 2 times, because that's what the narrative his fans were saying. Oh, the reason why he's not getting the big fights is because all these guys are avoiding him. But really, 6, 7 guys, especially now that Eddie Hearn's got him in the bag and he's offering good money to fight him, I don't believe it now anymore. I'm very dubious about whether it was really him the victim or whether these guys were the culprits. And in the chat, Jay says that Ennis doesn't seem like the type to do that race culture card, which is fine. If he's not the type of guy, fine. But there does appear to be a need for the community, for somebody, because some of the comments I'm seeing about Teofimo Lopez, man, really. The one guy just casually referred to him on Twitter as the racist. The racist Teofimo Lopez.
People want him to go to jail, BDA.
Yeah, they want him incarcerated for thought crimes.
Yeah, that's why I know a lot of people in the African American community just want to see him get his ass kicked for his so-called racist comments. So they're like, yeah, and it's fuck him up for us, yeah. But now he's like, no, that's okay. I think I'm just gonna unify. Then that will change. The Teofimo Lopez fight will be back on the table. He won't fight him. Then he'll say, I can't make the weight again. Then he'll try to say like, no, I don't think I want to go up to. That's where I want to see him go. I think 154 is the toughest thing for him. And honestly, if he can't make the weight anymore, then let's see you healthy at 154. That's how I see it.
Hey, by the way, Jerry in the chat is asking, where's the phone number? Well, we don't have it's an open panel today. There's no phone number. Did anyone have any trouble with Discord lately? Because I couldn't create invites. The last time I hosted, which was Wednesday. I was posting a video earlier. And anyway, okay. Well, I'll ask people in the private chat because I did some. I think Food TV was trying to do the same thing. He was trying to generate an invite link. The same day I had trouble and didn't. So I think it's malfunctioning or something.
BDA.
There's no number today. Yeah.
Didn't Blair Cobbs mention something about like they were like negotiating a fight with NS2 and saying that he ducked him? Did you hear about that?
Yeah, well, now apparently that's what Eddie Hearn's going to be left with for Jerron Ennis. Blair Cobbs.
That is
not
so
a unification
fucked up, that is, I mean, they better not pay-per-view that shit either, because that's fucked up, man.
Well, the interesting thing now is that 2025, now the Top Rank is going to be climbing on board. I'm really hopeful, man. I'm hopeful that they finally get to make some of these fights between Matchroom and, because we already saw a preview of it now with the Sheik. I mean, even then though, I don't know about Top Rank how far they're gonna go. Because remember when what's his name, Anderson?
Yeah,
they offered him the Bacoli fight. He says, "Yeah, I'll take it." And apparently, Bull Arm told him, "Not a good idea." And he said, "Fuck it, they're paying me. I want that fight." You saw what happened. So
yeah,
I don't know if Top Rank they tend to be a little bit more cautious with their matchmaking, with their prospects at least. So I don't know.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, I the one thing that's going to kill it also is it's a double-edged sword in some ways, because in some ways you have to advocate for the for fighters being groomed and brought up, right? You don't want to throw a prospect in there with a killer, and you don't want to throw a guy with like a not such a good resume but has a name with killers right away. That's making a name for himself, because you don't want that. That's your asset, and you don't want him to lose. But those are the fights that we should make. After a while, when you pass prospect status, the fights have to be made at that point. Like, you're a contender. Exactly. We need to see those fights. I don't want to see another guy with a 30-0 resume with absolute garbage under his belt with 29 knockouts. That's fucking bullshit. We need to see. Yeah. So if you guys are contenders, you're that's it. You're fucking getting thrown in. I don't want to. But if you're a prospect, yeah, sure. You're doing 11 fights. You're still a prospect. They're bringing you up. Cool, no problem. But at some point, once you start getting into the rankings, I want to see a guy that's ranked in the top 5 fight a guy at least ranked in the top 10. At least. I don't want to see any more guys ranked in the top 5 fighting a guy ranked number 26 that we've never heard of, or some guy coming off a loss from some aged fucking fighter. Like we're gonna see what's his name? That got his ass kicked by Jamal Herring. What's the kid's name again? The guy that beat Santian?
Roach.
Roach. Exactly. I don't like. Why do we need to see more of those fights? Like, that's the kind of shit that I don't want to see. And we might end up heading into MMA territory, where
that's why I keep saying. That's why I keep telling people too, when it comes to the belts, when people go, oh, but yeah, but this guy was a number 1 contender for WBC belt. Yeah, that guy could be a bum. Could be a guy that they manufacture for a contender. So even with the belts, you can still, yeah.
I mean, look at Charlo. He's undefeated. Jamal. They took his belt away after like 2 years. 2 years. They stripped him after 2 fucking years of inactivity.
I disagree. He's not undefeated. He got a gift decision against Matt Carball.
Well, whatever. He's undefeated. He's got an O on his record, and you know what I'm saying, bro. Like,
he doesn't know what you're saying, by the way.
Okay, well, you know, this is a good thing.
I'm a little autistic. Can you break it down?
You asshole. So I just fear that, you know, I'm sure you guys have thought about this too, that we could head into MMA territory where they're just gonna fucking make fucking dudes fight, and we're not gonna have, you know, there isn't gonna be a real star, you know, unless there is like a couple of those guys that emerge that are fighting the best and they keep kicking the shit out of everybody, and that's gonna be your star. That's gonna be a real face of boxing.
So, well, you know what, Don Margassos, you just brought up a good point, because Southpaw was earlier. He was saying that the UFC is taking over in the US. I'm thinking, well, I think a couple of years ago that was true when boxing was so divided, where you had Top Rank on ESPN, you had the Showtime on PBC, and then you had the Zone with the Golden Boy and Matchroom, and even then those guys weren't even really fighting.
Yeah, that's not the case anymore.
No, that's
UFC does seem to be regressing more in the USA. They don't have any.
I agree, because case in point, if that was true, what the gentleman said, if that was true, then Dana White would have had the best night during the Canelo Berlanga fight at the Sphere of all places, and it wasn't the case.
Yeah, people were, you know, they still wanted to watch a mismatch with Canelo and Berlanga, and also like that just sounds like something someone who's trying to get a job with ESPN would say. So I'm just gonna leave it.
Come on, what are you implying here, Quinn? Come on.
I'm just saying that dude likes to come on here and say, "Oh, I worked with this guy. I talked boxing with this guy. I worked with Dougie Fisher and all this bullshit." I mean, he just sounds like none of it's taken up for. He was taking up for ESPN how they want to show more football and baseball more than they show boxing. Oh, that's not
hold on.
I agree with Quentin. Some guys want to verbally suck other people off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wait, who was saying that?
That's what it sounds like to me.
Who was saying
First
that?
of all, the guy, isn't it possible maybe Southpaw is just fed up with boxing? Because you do have to, it's a hassle being one of these reporters, like, you know, like Radio Rahim and all those dudes. We've talked about it before recently on the podcast about how people have to pander to these boxers, get on their good side, go out for ice cream with them. And I'm thinking, well, there's another dude, Canobio, who just recently said, his co-host, Chris Algieri, told him, yeah, but you went out to eat ice cream with Tank Davis. I'm thinking, what? They went out to eat ice cream at 2 a.m. It's like, what's going on here? It's like, again,
going on, dude?
I think, just like we were talking about
hand jobs in the parking lot.
Nah, come on, man, come on.
Fuck, man.
Just like I was saying earlier, how the Zone's production values pale in comparison to HBO's in its heyday. I think journalism too now. I think that the internet, especially social media, has blurred the lines between what it means to be a reporter and just a guy that's hanging around with fighters with a camera on their faces, because there's supposed to be a distance, a wall between a subject, a reporter and his subject. These dudes don't do that anymore. They embed themselves with the fighters. They go out for ice cream using the same straw, or, you know, sharing a sundae with the same spoon. And I'm thinking, you're not supposed to be friends with these dudes. You're supposed to be fucking asking them the tough questions that most of us can't get to. But we can't get to these fighters, so they should be the ones doing that for them. And now they're not doing it. They're having ice cream sundaes with the guy.
Yeah, they're on first name basis with these fighters, which it shouldn't be like that.
Dude, having ice cream sundaes with Gervonta Davis after hot butt sex, it's not how you should be reporting.
Now, wait a minute. See, now that you're saying that.
I mean, the guy does carry a purse, after all, so he probably took his little credit card out of his little bag.
Okay, you know what, man? What's going on here? This show is going off the rails. Where's Bucho when we need him? He's the one hosting today. He's supposed to maintain order in this whole brouhaha. But what was I saying? Okay, so yeah, so the whole thing, UFC thing, yeah, that I do agree that the UFC for a while, it was taken over. But now, and by the way, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a new star emerging in the UFC, because the UFC guys were saying that back in 2007. Oh, boxing's dead. After Mayweather retires, who's left? And we had Pacquiao, we had Canelo, we had Joshua. So in the UFC, I suspect it's going to be the same thing. There's going to be someone else coming up in the next couple of years. It's just that right now,
yeah, it's just. Go on.
No, I just said they're in a transition period right now.
Yeah, and then, it's weird. Like, you're not gonna manufacture a star, and that's what boxing's trying to do right now. They're trying to push another guy to be the top guy, and that's not gonna happen. It's gonna organically build itself.
Yeah,
just like in UFC, they're trying to keep John Jones around. Well, John Jones isn't gonna stay around forever. He's almost damn near 40 years old. Eventually, there's going to be another guy. Maybe it might be Aspinall. Maybe it might be another guy they sign up out of nowhere.
And hey, by the way, hold on. Southpaw's back. Who was the one that was saying that Southpaw was trying to? Who was it? Was it Amar? Did he leave?
That was me.
Okay. Southpaw's here. Southpaw, you wanna say something on your behalf?
Oh, what did he say?
I said it sounds like that you want a job with ESPN. That's what I said.
Yeah, hey, I work for ESPN. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I told you.
I missed the days of I missed the days of the Friday night fights, man. But ESPN has a big reach on the American public, man. Like, we're losing ESPN it kind of sucks, bro. Like, it's doing.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you on the point, because I went camping a couple of times, and then I go to a small town to get beer, or go to a pub somewhere, a bar and ESPN is on, and then I'll catch a fight out of nowhere. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't even know this was on. And then I'll have to stay at the bar for a little while to watch the fight. And I get that we're gonna lose that shred of cultural culture with boxing with the populace if we lose something like ESPN. I get that point.
Everybody has ESPN. Everybody has ESPN. And then if you go to a bar, because I go out a lot, I like to go have a drink. I'm always out, and I'm always asking them, "Hey man, can you put it on ESPN?" They'll put it on. But now you got to say, "Hey, did you download the DAZN app? Are you a subscriber?" They're gonna say no. Yeah. They're gonna say no. So man, like, it just sucks, man. Like, the less people are gonna get their eyeballs on it. Like, I'm going to a place tonight. It's like a Latin style bar and grill, and I like to go have a beer there. So when I had a beer there, I sit up at the bar, and I'm like, hey, I remember one time I pulled a Karen, and strong armed the manager, and he put the Benavidez fight on. And then like nobody was watching it, nobody was there for boxing. And then by the end of the fight, when he won, people started clapping. I was like, oh shit! I turned around. There was like a whole bunch of like Mexicans, Hispanics like clapping because it was a fight.
Because he's an exciting fighter. It doesn't matter if you're not a fan. If you sit down and watch one of those fights, I recall once I had a barbecue at the house and people came over. They weren't into boxing, and it was the guy from Mexico. It was an English guy and a Mexican guy, and fuck if I remember the names. But people sat down and they were fucking into it because it was just action, and the Brit ended up getting knocked out like at the 8th round or something, and it was an exciting fight. And people that if you put it on, if you have boxing on in the background and it's action packed, people are gonna fucking watch it.
Yeah, they're gonna watch. They're gonna watch. It was like Hispanic, man. So they were into it by the end of it because it's that fight where he got dropped and he almost lost. I forgot what Eastern European he was fighting. So he almost lost that fight, but then he came back and knocked him out. So, man, it was one of those things. But, like, that's how, when I go watch boxing, I like to watch it in the general public. So that's how I grade how exciting a fight was or how much of a push this fighter had. If you have it, because if we watch with a bunch of boxing nerds, which is hard to find, like, yeah, you're going to get the same reaction. But I always grade fights when I go out and I watch it with casuals that don't know any better. Are they into it? Are they on their phones? Are they cheering? Are they like, oh shit? You know what I mean? Like, and it's crazy. Sometimes people will, like, they won't be there for the boxing, but by the end of the fights, they'll be cheering like they were boxing hardcore.
How do they react to those Shakur Stevenson fights?
Oh,
I think everybody was thinking
dude,
that.
you know what? It's funny because I was supposed to meet up with this chick, bro, and we're gonna meet up and watch it, but she ended up watching it. I forgot where she watched it, but she told me she fell asleep, and I think she kind of threw shade at me because I'm like, man, this guy wanted to watch this boring ass fight with me, like, and she likes jujitsu. I was trying to pull her towards the boxing, tell her how more clean it is, how more aesthetically entertaining it is for guys to fight on their feet, and yeah, man. So after that, I pretty much pushed one away for life.
Hey,
that's boring too.
Instead of taking her to these bars, man, you should take her to a jiu-jitsu practice or something. Like, roll with her. Say, hey, show me what you got.
Nah, brother, man. I can't control myself, man. I'll pop a boner.
You should tell her. You should tell her when Southpaw rolls, it's got to be done Greek style in the nude. No fucking gi, no fucking nothing, man.
Nah, I can't, bro. Like, I can't control my chubbies, bro. Like, I had a girl grinding on me like last weekend. I went out and this girl was grinding on me. And I was at full salute, bro. And I had to tell her, hey, sorry, y'all, like, you're hot. And I'm like, I'm turned on, you know. I can't control the chubbies.
Well, you're not supposed to. Hold on. You're not supposed to. Women like it. If they're attracted to the guy, they want to know that they turn the guy on. You're not supposed to say, I'm sorry. What are you doing?
I'm sorry, I want to fuck you.
Come on.
Yo, no bullshit. That's how I sounded, bro.
I can't believe that shit, dude.
I sounded like a fucking dork, bro. That's exactly how it sounded. I'm surprised she called me back.
Yeah. Well, you know, because she likes you. That's why. Even though, you know, that's why you should have kept on going with the boner thing. You should have even. You should have even been more aggressive. No, but you know what? I want to say something about that. Nah, come on. No. She had a boner too. Is that what you're saying?
I was trying to represent, bro. I was trying to represent. It was a black girl too. It was a thick black girl. So I was like, man, I gotta represent for the Mexicans. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
She definitely had a dick then.
Nah, come on.
Was it
Clarissa Shields?
It was fucking Clarissa Shields, okay? Just admit it. It was Clarissa Shields.
That was fucking Alicia Gardner.
Hey, can you believe that, man? Like, I see the commercials for Clarissa Shields, and I'm like, man, she's gonna get all these people thinking that she's some kind of inspiration. I always comment like, yo, this chick is a racist, toxic ass woman. Go look at her Twitter. Like, it just sucks that she's getting that push, bro.
Is her nickname Lizzo?
Nah, come on. I don't think he'd be here if she was sitting on him. If that girl was really sitting on him, yeah, he wouldn't be here right now. But I wanted to say that about Clarissa Shields. I was listening to NPR once. Don't ask me why. The actual radio station, not the guy who calls in. And I was listening to the station NPR, and they were doing a special feature on Clarissa Shields. and I'm thinking, oh boy, I wonder what this is about.
Fucking libtard.
And they're showing recordings of her at her house. Apparently, she bought a house. She lives in a house, and she allows her cousin or something to live there with her niece or something. And they're trying to do that. They were trying to paint her as, because she fits the mold, right? Oh, a Afro-Anglo woman who's part of a sport that's usually reserved for men. Ooh, that's NPR loves that. So they're trying to paint her as the good girl. Even as they're trying to paint her as the good girl, they show a recording of her in her house, and she starts bossing her niece around. I said, even trying to do a puff piece on the girl, they can't cover up her viciousness and her bad overall character. And I said, she ain't marketable. I'm surprised they made a movie about her, really. They're really trying to push this woman, and it ain't gonna work out.
I think she funded that movie. I think she's made that movie.
I don't think she's got enough money. I don't think she's got enough money for them, man. I think maybe it was Robert De Niro. You know, he likes the Afro-Anglo chicks, so probably De Niro.
That's another.
Okay.
He loves Arby's. He's a big fan of Arby's.
That's another instance where they're trying to manufacture a star. No one likes her. People didn't like her when she won 2 gold medals, and I mean she's been a pro for like almost 10 years now. I mean, no one cares about her. She's never going to be a big star, but yet they're making a movie about her. Manufacturing, man, it's never going to work.
Never going to work.
But Clarissa Shields, is she that tranny in the Olympics?
And that case is not going to help sell the movie. I mean, lately the boxing movies haven't been selling like the ones that they do the biographies on the actual boxers. Like even the one like Roberto Duran, that had real low ratings. Nobody saw it. So I'm seriously doubt somebody's going to go. People are going to, let's go watch this movie. It's not. Nah, man. It's Christmas time. People are going to go watch the cartoons with their kids. They're not going to watch that bullshit.
Yeah, Southpaw. And speaking of that movie about Roberto Duran, first I read the book, the autobiography by which inspired it. It was not bad. It was a rather good book. But half the movie was them showing the scenes of Roberto Duran and also Sugar Ray Leonard fucking their girls and showing Sugar Ray Leonard's naked ass and Roberto Duran's naked ass.
Wait, did it show the part where Sugar Ray Leonard's trainer sucked him off?
No,
Holy even the foreman, that didn't do good ratings, man. So, and these guys these are men. So I doubt that people are gonna get up and want to go watch a Clarissa Shields movie. I mean, people don't know who she is. People knew Foreman. People knew Duran. Nobody knows this chick.
Hey, by the way, Sobers, apparently the guy that Leonard sucked off, that guy had a smaller dick than Clarissa Shields. How about that? But look, listen, hey, by the way, official, did they in the movie, the Duran movie or book, do they bring up the whole he knocked out a horse thing or?
See, I cannot. In the book, definitely. In the book, I remember reading it, but the movie, I cannot remember.
Now his story is way too long to cram into one movie. They skipped a lot of things, and I don't know, like it was just like a quick down and dirty thing. The one good thing about the movie is they had that one. I don't know. I think she's Colombian or something. That one, his girlfriend, his wife. That chick is bad as hell. Like, it showed her titties. I was happy with that.
Oh, I'm definitely going to watch that one now. But what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, and it's interesting. Thunderdome made a good point. He always makes a good point about the fact that if you take a woman to watch a boxing fight enough times, she can usually tell which guy is the pussy, which boxer doesn't have that dog in them, and which one does. And I think that's true. They'll go, that guy's a pussy. Why is he fighting like a pussy? So they instantly can, because women are wired for that. They're wired to see who's faking it and who's not. They don't even know it, but they've got that power. So I think if you really want to know who's got that dog, you don't need the dogometer for that. Take a woman to watch a boxing fight. She'll let you know.
Then how do you explain that bullshit judge Canelo Golovkin that discarded 10 rounds from Canelo in the first fight?
Yeah, but that's because now remember, money trumps instinct. Remember, it's a woman. With that money, she can buy shoes, and like I said, shoes, money, that trumps the instinct that they have. Just like anybody else.
Yeah. What does Steve Kim say? Boxing is a sport. Is a business dressed as a sport. it's not a sport before a business. It's a business first.
Exactly. And it's show business. That's why all these fighters don't understand is you want to make it big, you got to offer us something. You got to show us something, show a business. Meanwhile, these guys like Shakur Stevenson, they think they can just bore an audience and deserve to get paid because I'm undefeated. I've said it before. In a team sport, the guy who's got great defense or whatever, right? He'll get paid a lot because he's an asset to the team and people want the team to win. This is not a team sport. It's a one person competing. So it's not like a brand. It doesn't have the fighter doesn't have the long history of a team, like let's say Manchester United or the Boston Celtics. So you can't really do that. You're efficient at your job. All right, that's great. But is it boring? Because if it is, you ain't going to get big bucks.
Yeah, what value you're bringing besides that skill? You need to bring some entertainment volume. And Shakur Stevenson, I do the same thing boxing fans are doing during his fights. Even when I'm reading his tweets, I cannot read his tweets without leaving the room because he's so fucking boring.
There's got to be a balance between like a fighter that's aggressive and fun to watch, but also technical. Like Shakur is on the extreme spectrum of boring and technical. Yeah, great reflexes. I mean, this guy is like a cat. You can't touch him, but really boring, man. And that's the thing. Society has it's changing. People today have short attention span. So when I see them, they love the UFC. So when I'm watching these UFC knockouts, I'm like, man, they're so sloppy, and these guys can't take a punch or throw a punch. They don't have defense. Footwork is horrible. I mean, it's so sloppy, but they get knocked out cold, and that's really all people really care about. That watch it casually, and everybody's casual. That's the masses.
Yeah.
We want to see violence. We want to see modern day gladiators. We don't want to see Dancing with the Stars. At that point, I might as well watch paint fucking dry. Like, people don't want to see stallers. They don't want to see clinchers. The referees need to start getting lynched because they're not even doing their jobs properly.
Whoa, they need to start what?
Getting lynched.
That's the only thing. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying you can't use another term there, Amak, for that. Like, we need to take them to task. We need to put pressure.
Exiled, I guess.
No, don't say. Okay, I thought you were gonna say put their knees under the back of their necks. I go, come on.
Okay.
No, but look,
you mean bite the curve?
Come on. But listen, that's one of the reasons why the UFC kind of gets boring to me after a while. Because you're right, knockouts. Everyone loves a knockout, but in the UFC, it seems like there's knockouts all the time because, like what Southpaw said, the sloppy technique. So it becomes a thing of a cake with too much frosting. It's not supposed to, it's like a meal is not supposed to be all gravy. And that's what the UFC seems like, from my eyes, as a guy who watches more striking than anything. It's almost like that the fight starts, there's not much going on, then all of a sudden one punch, hammer fist, fight's over. Oh my God! The commentator, I go, okay, that's like the 3 last fights I saw. It's with the knockout after knockout after knockout. It gets boring after a while, believe it or not.
Yeah, but the UFC has their snooker sleeping sins too. They have the Dagestanis. A lot of them like to be dry humping, bro. That shit is fucking boring.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, and the same thing goes with the local boxing. I kind of quit. I used to be involved in local boxing, but now it's like these guys are just like set up like just to knock out guys that don't have business being in the ring, and then these guys are pounding their chest like they accomplished something. I'm like, yo, man, you just beat up a guy that didn't even train, and with the local boxing. So and that's what reminds me of the UFC, man. So that's why I try to give the UFC the chance, but I can't, bro. I just can't. It's too sloppy.
Right. And you know what? Like Mohammed Amar Bruce Lee in the chat says, BDA, you're working backwards from an anti-UFC bias for a reason. You don't like it. Now it's too many knockouts. Well, I mean, it's a value judgment when you're talking. I'm not saying it's better than boxing. I'm not saying, because, like I said, whether you find it entertaining or not, that's a value judgment. That's an opinion. But like I said, it's too often where I see 4 fights in a row where there's nothing going on. Both guys are watching each other. One punch, hammer fist. The commentators losing their shit. Oh my God. And I'm thinking, okay, I didn't really know who the best guy is, because you put those guys 5 times in a row against each other 2 times one guy gets a knockout, the third time is going to be the other guy, because we've seen that when they have rubber matches. One guy gets 2 knockouts.
How was it?
Yo, BDA, where did Gypsy go?
Yo,
Hold on. Don't madrazos. You're gonna have to mute you, man.
no, it's a new hole. Oh wait,
Well, that's why UFC stacks those cards so tall, man. They got like 20 fights in one night, bro. I mean, I know their people show up early, but yeah, they have them stacked like that for a reason, because it's like knockout, next guy, knockout, next guy, knockout,
Exactly.
next guy.
That's what I'm saying. So it's almost like you're expecting the knockout, but that's all it is. I want to see more of a back and forth. I want to see, he's saying now, Muhammad is saying, well, it's because you don't understand it. I started watching MMA in the 90s when it came out, and eventually I had to stop because I couldn't split both sports at the same time. But I know what I'm watching. It's just, like I said, lately, it seems like that's why these dudes can't even hold on to a belt anymore. You ever notice that? One guy wins a belt, and then the next fight he gets his ass knocked down. I'm thinking, okay, did the guy really win because he's the best, or just because they can't defend against punches? I don't get it.
That goes BDA, did Gypsy leave the chat?
Hold on, Rickstar. Hold on.
That goes to a Muck's point that the referees need to stopping fights so early. Just because a guy gets knocked down to the ground and the guy barrages them with punches, let them try to weather the storm. You don't know what can happen. They can smother them.
Right.
They might put them in some kind of submission.
I don't want to short it too much, but that should stop.
Yeah, I'm tired of all these UK stoppages in UFC and boxing, to be honest.
Well, they took out.
It depends on the politics too, because if you look at the Fury Usyk first fight, dude, I'm telling you, if Usyk was hurt the way Fury was hurt, they would have stopped it. But the only reason they didn't stop it because Fury had the politics on his side.
Yeah.
Now, Rickstar, you were asking if Gypsy's still here. No, he's not. He left. But did you have a message for him or something? What's up?
Yeah, fuck. I was wondering if that clown has his rope ready because he wants some sexual asphyxiation ready for tomorrow's fucking showdown. That dance. He's probably so stoked. His fucking boxers by his ankles were already with the rope around his neck because he wants to get that choke on. But what least does he know that motherfucker, that 300-pound bag of milk is going to be dropping to the ground again, and then it's going to turn from sexual asphyxiation to a full fucking lynching. That's what's going to happen.
Okay, well, wait a minute, Rickstar. Why are you so? Can I ask why so? What is it about Gypsy? Is it because he sounds so sure of himself, or what is it that irks you a little bit there?
There's certain fanboyisms that circulate within our small boxing community. You know what I mean? But some of these clowns, man, I don't know what it is. BDA. I don't know what it is. But it's just that little dirt and grime under your fucking nail. You know what I'm saying? You're being like, yo, man, why
that jelly between your toes?
That fucking shit, man. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just gonna do that little dance when that motherfucking when he drops again, boy. Woo! It's gonna be.
But you're equating Gypsy to David Carradine with the whole sexual autoerotic asphyxiation. I mean, if now here's the flip side to that. If Fury wins, he comes at you now.
Then he's gonna choke himself off in the David Carradine way, but you know, yeah.
Come on. All right. Open Lights Friday. What did I tell you? Anything goes, man. Yeah, man. So listen, fellas, we got that fight tomorrow. Fury Usyk rematch again. I'm all out of things to say about that fight. But I mean, it's good to have a little boxing big fight like that tomorrow, because we did. That's it. Afterwards, we have Ioka versus Martinez. Inoue ain't fighting anymore. Ryan Garcia ain't fighting. So this is all we have from here to the Ioka fight. We got 2 big fights, and that's it. 2025.
Well, I'm excited for this one. I want to see what happens.
I'm looking forward to it. I will say though that via the Republic of Congo, we got Makabu fighting Wagdi Atia, Ilunga Makabu. We'll see what that guy's about. January seems like slim pickings though. You notice that we got Opetaya versus Nikia to start off the month. Then we gotta wait about 2 weeks more for Inoue was good, man. The rescheduled one. And then the next day we've got Pacheco versus Steven Nelson. That's it. That's it for January.
Yeah, RIP to ESPN, man. Hey, I did want to say, man, I did come out on ESPN one time. It's funny that guy said I wanted to work for him. But yeah, I came out on the Fight Plan with Teddy Atlas one time when he came down to Texas. Yeah, they were always here. They're here a lot. You know what I mean? So like I remember one time it was a military holiday, and that's when I was still in. And I'm like, hey, y'all gonna have a fight in San Antonio where I'm stationed. If you want, I could bring you guys on base, and you could do your fight skit there. I work with the K9 unit, so we can bring the dogs out. And I was tipsy. I was like drunk, you know what I mean? I mean, not drunk, but I was tipsy, and I was just telling him this. I gave him my number, and sure as shit, man, they called me that week of, and they came on base. They did the airing, man. I got to do the fight, the skit, the Fight Plan with Teddy Atlas, man. And then for the next few ones, every time I would go, I'll go say hi. He would pull me ringside, and he would let me sit behind him. So man, shout out to Teddy Atlas. He's mad cool, bro. I don't know why he doesn't like boxing as much anymore. I think he's jaded now. He's more pro UFC, which I don't like. It's cringe to me, but in real life, man, that guy's a real cool cat, and I miss ESPN Friday Night Fights. That was like my Friday ritual.
Did you ask him a question and he turned the answer into an 18-minute soliloquy? Well, what you have to understand is like, oh, goddamn, here we go.
He asked him who he thinks is going to win the fight, and then he ended up fucking demonstrating on him. That's what he did. He's like, when he took the left, took the body. Bang.
But no bullshit, he's brilliant, bro. Because when we were doing the fight skit, he was freestyling everything. He'd look down for a second and he'd be like, "Okay, let's go," and he just going boom, 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 and he just started rattling off like it's gonna be a dog fight, and then the dogs jump out and bite us with the big things on the arms. Yo, this guy is like fucking sharp, bro.
You know what though? I think
he's a smooth talker. Probably what helped him sell himself to those fighters. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, if you're a trainer or involved in boxing, you're never gonna please everybody, man. And you're gonna have fighters that don't like you. You're gonna have fighters that like you. You're gonna have fighters that hate you. Man, that's just because fighters are come from the streets, bro. So like a lot of times the fighters are the ones that are the shadiest ones in the sport, and people don't realize that.
I don't know. I think Teddy Atlas allegedly trying to sell his knees to Mike Tyson so that he could become his trainer, his sole trainer over. I mean, I thought that was going too far for Teddy Atlas. But I say allegedly, by the way, because I don't want to get sued. But yeah, it's interesting how this whole concept of boxing now could take off in 2025 with all these fighters under different umbrellas. So we'll. By the way, Muhammad Amard Bruce Lee says you might have to revisit PA. I didn't say I started watching MMA in the 90s and then I stopped watching it in the 90s. I kept watching until the mid 2010s, but then I stopped watching it because I couldn't split. I had to split time between boxing and MMA. I said, fuck it, I'm going all in for boxing. Also because I'd been watching boxing for longer, and I just like you said, I also find boxing more entertaining than MMA. So.
UFC sucks, bro. UFC fucking sucks. It's sloppy. It's ugly. These guys are trash. They're a dime a dozen. Well, I mean, anybody can be.
Here's the thing, though.
I will say, UFC is kicking boxing's ass. It has more fans. It does better by the fans. The actual structure is way better than boxing. But do the two sports compare? No, boxing by a landslide.
Yeah, I'll say I'll take the best boxing fight over the best MMA fight. You know, in terms of the most entertaining MMA fight will be entertaining, but I'd prefer the most entertaining boxing fight. I think it's just
the best boxing fight is better than any sport, period. Like any sport.
Yeah, I totally disagree with that. Yeah, that's a lot of, I totally disagree with that.
Yeah, I'd say Thai fights are, if you find the best.
Yeah, the Thai fights are so much more brutal.
Nah, I mean, they're brutal, but I mean, brutality is just like a good.
The brutality is so much more.
I'm a boxing guy, but where MMA took a hit was like there's no stars anymore, and also with gambling, they removed a lot of the wrestlers out of there because they wanted, the knockout ratio as far as how how they're trying to leverage the bets and all that. So that's why MMA really kind of went down for me, in my opinion. But
yeah, you know what? That's the other thing. Go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say, you notice Dana White really doesn't even give out the pay-per-view numbers. at his post-fight press conferences anymore. I think that they're not selling well the pay-per-views that they did.
Yeah, he
That's
used
all.
to do that. You're right, because he likes to drop the gate and how much money they made or whatever, because they're always breaking records, supposedly, right?
Yeah, they're like, this was the most pay-per-view sold during a full moon and all this kind of dumb shit. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, it's oversaturated, man. You give people, it's too much. You give them too much. Like boxing doesn't give you enough. UFC gives you too much, where you're just like, you get tired of it. It's like eating the same meal every day.
You know, but that's interesting. Yeah, that's I don't understand, because for me, I've said it before. Boxing, the reason why it's more entertaining is because it just happens to be the better sport in large part because they refine the rules to a T, but with the Marquis of Queensberry rules. Part of that happens to be when you drop a guy, you give him 10 seconds to recover. So those 10 seconds might or might not be enough to allow the guy to recuperate. Whereas in MMA, if you drop a guy, there's no 10 count. So if the other dude jumps on him and gets him right, that's it, the fight's over. There's no comeback the way in boxing. If the guy gets, he might return to drop you or stop you. That's what creates the excitement. And the fact that the striking has been refined to a T, whereas in MMA, because that's the other thing. When you mentioned, well, I think boxing is more entertaining. People go, yeah, but in MMA you can do more. Just because you can do more doesn't mean it's more entertaining. Again, remember, the argument is what's more.
I got a good analogy for that. When I argue with MMA guys about this, I'm like, hey, man, boxing is like a fine steakhouse, right? When you go there, you know what you're going to get, a badass steak, and that's what you go for. You do that. You know, that's their thing. But MMA is like a buffet. It has everything. Yes, you can get this, you can get that, you can get this, but nothing is like great. Everything is just kind of okay. You know what I mean? And that's the thing with and with fighters, you'll never get a Canelo, a Crawford in any way. Like, and I hate when I like Steve Kim's show, but I hate when Mario Lopez says, "Oh, we get Pacquiao, Mayweather every weekend." I'm like, dude, first off, there is no fighters that special that often. You know what I mean? Like in boxing, these fighters come once every blue moon, but these UFC fighters pop up like they come and they go. You know what I mean? But in boxing, these special fighters, you know they're special. They're like purebred, thoroughbreds that only come once every so often. In UFC, you don't have that.
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not going to besmirch anybody for preferring MMA over boxing or vice versa. I'm just saying why I prefer boxing, because, like I said,
no BDA, it sucks. It sucks, BDA.
Nah, come on.
It sucks, BDA.
Come on. No, but anyway.
And like I said, I'm fair, bro. But I'm fair. Are they kicking boxing ass? Hell yeah, they're kicking boxing's ass, bro. They're handing us our ass and then some. They won over the casuals. Man, they sell their events out. Their fans come from the first fight on. I don't know. People are talking more about MMA than boxing, like any day. But I'm just saying,
who's the biggest star they have?
It's not as good.
Who's the big star they have right now?
I mean, they got like John Jones. John Jones is like a solid. I mean, he's their one. Yeah, but John Jones is their rare guy.
And who
else? But he's almost 40 though. That's about it. And Pereira, he's almost 40. They really don't have anybody. That's the thing. Like, the guy.
But even Pereira is not like marketable. He doesn't talk. He doesn't speak English.
What about the LGBT guy? What's his fucking name? O'Malley.
Oh, he lost. He's already kind of fallen off because he just took a loss. He was calling.
But it's the UFC. A loss don't really mean much. You can still bounce back.
The one thing I do like about the UFC. The one thing I do like about the UFC over MMA is that UFC looks more like what boxing used to be back in the 40s and 50s, where they don't care all that much whether a guy loses or not. Whereas in boxing, a guy loses and.
Well, that's the Mayweather effect, and it started to slowly wear off. I mean, look at De La Hoya. De La Hoya lost most of his big fights, and he was still a rock star. And Manny Pacquiao lost. He got knocked out cold. He was still a rock star. Like, the people are still popular. Canelo lost. He didn't lose ground. He got bigger.
I don't know. Did De La Hoya lose most of his big fights? He won a lot of big fights.
I think he lost most of his big ones, but he was still a rock star to the end, to where he gave Manny and Floyd their push to get them to the next level.
Well, Quentin, what happened with De La Hoya was he became a part-time fighter after, like, in the mid-2000s. So that's why that's what people remember the most. Like, wow, he became a part-time fighter fighting like once a year. So because of that, he only had so many fights, and most people remember the losses other than the early part of his career.
Yeah, he lost to Pacquiao.
Was that when he was majoring in his singing career?
Yeah, he was coming out to his own song. But I mean, like he won like what? He won what? Both Chavez fights, the Whitaker fight. He beat Morales. He beat Jorge Pais. I know he won a lot of his big fights, especially early on.
Yeah, I mean he lost to Trinidad. He lost to Hopkins. He lost to Pacquiao. He lost to Floyd Mayweather.
I don't know. I don't think he won that Trinidad fight, to be honest.
I think he won Fernando Vargas. But it's his own fault that he lost because he won that fight, but he bitched out those last 3 rounds, man. Like that, nobody can complain. I mean, he has himself to blame. He won that fight. All he had to do was close strong.
And so he beat Fernando Vargas, and he beat he also beat I Corte. I thought he won a lot of big fights too. Might be equal.
Well, after a certain point, he did get too bloated. So many paydays, and then he started becoming very selective, and that's what led to the downfall. But I tell you what, though, in terms of boxing, the splitting of the sport across different networks, that hurt it. Now that the Zone has Top Rank, or is going to have Top Rank on it, now we're probably going to see the sport nearing or getting closer to its full capacity and to what it used to be before. But the next thing that they should be doing too is, look, boxing is at its best when the best fight the best, just like MMA. But the second step now is to enforce the rules. Stop allowing people to weight bully. Stop allowing people to cheat. Stop allowing people, and when I say cheat, I'm talking about breaking the rules in the ring too. Dipping below the waist, clinching, running around the ring, neither guy fighting. I was rewatching, don't ask me why, but I was rewatching the Ortiz-Lopez fight, Jermaine Ortiz. And Jermaine Ortiz is running. There's a point where he has Lopez on the ropes, and instead of keeping him on the ropes, he goes back to the center of the ring to do what? Run around the ring again. I'm thinking, well, how can you complain afterwards that they robbed me? Well, you didn't want to fight the guy, and so I'm thinking, look, we gotta come together as boxing fans and really try to determine what is avoiding a fight. If a guy is running for more than 30 seconds without doing anything, I'm sorry, that's stalling. That's running. That's
it is stalling. It is the rules of boxing.
It's a domino effect from the Floyd Mayweather era, where Floyd, everybody thinks he's some kind of genius when he's not. He was just at the right place at the right time. He had a lot of big name fighters when boxing was at its peak and UFC was still an infant. And then they think, it's because of Floyd. We got to get guys that fight like him, and they'll be the next Floyd. No, you can't do it because they don't have the De La Hoyas, the Gottis, the Pacquiaos. Who else did he bounce into? The Hattons.
He got big from the De La Hoya fight. Remember, he was playing the bad guy.
Yeah, he got big from all his opponents. He didn't get big from him. Nobody liked him. And then but people kind of twisted. They were like, Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, they'll be the next Floyd. No, they won't, because they don't have those crossover stars that they can bounce their names off of their whole career and play.
What fighter doesn't have?
Canelo's the last mega star that we got, and that's it. Once he's gone, we're in a hard reset.
What about AJ?
Well, he's regional, and he's a rock star over there. But he's bigger than Canelo.
I still think AJ is probably bigger than John Jones.
I don't think AJ is bigger than Canelo for this reason, because the Americas is a bigger market, and Canelo's the guy on this side. I mean, the UK is huge, and he's a rock star. Don't get me wrong, but like the UK isn't as big of a market as America.
But you said Floyd bounced people off names, but didn't Canelo do the same thing with Floyd? Cotto?
Yeah, he had Cotto. He had a lot of those same common opponents. Got him later. So that's why Canelo's the last one of that cloth. The HBO era was the best era in boxing, period. And then that's over. And Canelo's the last one.
Tank has an opportunity to do that if he can get
He's Devin. Not gonna do it though, bro. Stop that shit.
I'm not saying he was. Tank's done, bro. It's over for him. He's not doing it. If he wanted to, he would have done it.
He already did $1 million with Ryan, bro.
So
Ryan. That's Ryan.
Ryan with an Instagram model.
Ryan can't do $1 million by himself.
Ryan brought the
one. Oh, and did he do anywhere near the same numbers after Ryan? No.
What did Ryan do with Devin?
A lot better. 500,000 pay-per-views better than Tank did on his own.
Did he? No, tell me, what did he do? What did he do with Devin?
He did 500,000 pay-per-views better than what Tank did on his own.
When you say Devin is a bigger name than fucking Frank Martin?
Listen, Tank had a double ticket. It was Benavidez and Tank, and they couldn't even break 100,000 grand.
Exactly.
Now yes, they definitely did more. Okay, stop it.
I got a question. How do we know that he did $1 million, Garcia and Tank Davis?
It did less. It did like 9 something. It did 9 something.
His laser ain't has been denied, so you know it must be true.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Because Reed Glacier used to get the numbers. Reed Glacier used to get the numbers from a TV guy, an entertainment lawyer that had the ratings for the TV, the pay-per-views. But when you're with the Zone and payperview.com, that's a different thing. So I don't think he got the numbers from the usual source. So I don't know. All I'm saying is it would be simpler if Showtime or the PBC came out and said, yeah, these were the official numbers, but they never do that. So as far as I'm concerned,
it's similar to Wilder versus Fury. Neither one of them draw well alone, but the matchup, the storyline, the actual fight, the way it meshed up is sold. So they did really good numbers, but by themselves, they don't. That's the same thing with Tank and Ryan. I think Ryan's even more popular, but he's his own enemy because now he's suspended. He's not active. So you can't comparing Ryan and Tank at some kind of point is like comparing two shitty things to each other. I mean, neither one is really good if you think about it.
Hey, I'm sorry, man. I had to sort of dip out there for a millisecond. Sorry about that. Rey Mysterio, the original Rey Mysterio, just passed away.
Damn.
Oh, damn.
Talking about Rey Mysterio.
The steroids, I tell you, man, their hearts burst early because of the steroids, man. Steroid abuse.
I mean, let me tell you, man, Mexican wrestling, that's more, they call it wrestling. That's more like fucking trapeze circus thing. Because the way they fly, man, geez, Louise, I don't know how these dudes avoid breaking their necks more often, man, because it's really what they're doing there, the high flying into the crowd. They're dangerous.
Hey, you gotta watch the Iron Claw, man. That was a badass movie.
The Iron Claw.
Wait,
who was in that?
I like how they portray the father there when he tells that one guy, one of his sons, like, "I got you a shot at the heavyweight championship of the world." It's like, it's wrestling. What the fuck? They're making it sound like it's an actual fight or something.
It's wrestling, like WWE wrestling.
Yeah, it's based off the Von.
Oh, yeah, and these guys actually wrestled Ric Flair, and Ric Flair's in the movie. Like Ric Flair, they mentioned Dusty Rhodes.
That's cool.
Yeah. So it's a badass movie. It's dark, but like
a funny movie.
That movie company, the A24, they make some badass movies, man. They're like new, and I like their shit.
Listen, I think we can all agree. I think we can all agree that once Ryan comes off of his suspension, his first fight back, I will probably make somewhere in the neighborhood of 500,000, depending on who he fights, or more.
Yeah, it's gonna be depending on who he fights. Keyword, depending on who he fights.
It's just the following. It's just people are enthralled with the fucking antics and the bullshit. It's gonna sell.
Because he's cringe. He's like the Kardashian of boxing. You know what I mean?
We're not horrible. Yeah, we're not tuning in to watch pure boxing skill here, gentlemen. We're just here to watch a train wreck.
Exactly. We're here to watch entertainment.
But the kid's fun to watch, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie, he can fight. He's got that left hook.
When he fought Devin Haney, I was busting up. It was amazing. And it was I counted 5 knockdowns. I don't know about you guys. Everyone was like 3. I think there
was a few knockdowns that weren't counted.
There was knockdowns because there was knockdowns, and then he hugged him and then he fell, and I'm like, dude, you fucking got knocked down. Shut the fuck up.
I think if he's healthy, he beats Tank. I mean, Tank put those crazy.
You about to say something stupid?
Nobody's ever done. I think he beats him. I think because Tank has.
Why can't Ryan? Hey, why can't Ryan, and this goes for Dev too, why can't you just fight at your natural weight class?
What do you mean? You make it seem like Gervonta Davis don't go to the local buffet.
Tank is 5 foot nothing.
That is his natural weight, dude.
The motherfucker should be at 130.
And guess what? Usyk is way smaller than and Fury. Guess what? He's beating up these guys. Floyd was way smaller than all these guys.
That's a bad comparison. People, hey, okay, but let's not act like Usyk.
Canelo's smaller. Canelo hasn't fought a guy his size since 154. Canelo hasn't fought a guy his size since 154. So I don't understand where you're getting this logic from, Rare Breed. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, first of all, let's not act like Usyk.
It's him.
Let's not act like Usyk. Hey, Amok, shut the fuck up. Let's not act like.
Whoa.
Let's not act like Usyk doesn't have some advantages over these bigger guys. He's got the stamina advantage over them.
He's got some advantages over the.
He does. Don't act like he doesn't.
So he's got skill, and he's an elite fighter.
That's what I'm saying. But you won't let me finish, motherfucker. He's got a skill advantage over these bigger men. He's got the foot movement over these bigger men. So he's not all the way disadvantaged. Like, let's not act like he's fucking triple in
I
there.
respect your passion, bro. I respect your passion. I would just try to put it towards backing a fighter with some fucking balls because Tank is a pussy, bro. I'm sorry. He's a pussy.
No, I'm not saying Tank is a great resume. I'm not saying Tank is a great resume, but you're complaining.
Mario's, bro. How do you weight drain Mario?
You're complaining about Ryan being weight drained when nobody forces motherfucker to fight at 140 and 135.
Yeah, first of all, Dirk, you're the one saying that Ryan was ducking Tank. If they wouldn't have fought, if Ryan didn't make that fight, you right now would have. Yes, you did. You fucking lied.
No, I didn't. No, I did not. I have never said that.
You were literally implicating that Ryan was ducking Tank.
When did I say
Ryan
that?
Ryan is the one.
Receipts.
All right.
Yeah, all right.
You did say it though, Dirk. Accountability, man. You got the accountability of a female, bro. Let's be real.
I want to say I can agree with both points. I can agree with you guys wanting to see Tank Davis challenge himself, but I can also agree with these weight bullies. I had enough of them after the.
He's not gonna do it. He's not. He's 30 years old.
But what I'm saying is, when we were talking about, when I was mentioning earlier that if we want to make boxing great again, we need to enforce the rules. I think, again, it's an extreme thing. It's never going to happen, I don't think. Same thing weigh-ins. So all these guys have to move up 1 or 2 divisions and actually fight at their real weight. That would restructure boxing, and I think we would actually get better fights because some of these dudes, they are weight bullies, but you don't know if you're getting the best version of them either because they might be stronger for the first 6 rounds, but then maybe they end up gassing after that 6th round. So I want to see guys in their best shape possible. Yes, there's still going to be people who are going to be draining themselves to try to make a lower weight, but it's not going to be as much as what we're seeing now. Because how Devin Haney was gaining 25 pounds at lightweight on the fight night, that's impossible to do without a IV, as far as I know.
But we got to point this out. It's not like for years Tank ducked Loma, and then he had Shakur in his weight. He had these guys in his own weight divisions.
I agree.
That's why amount of time. He didn't fight him. And just like that interview with the rapper or whoever that guy was, I never called these guys out. You know what I mean? Because he's never gonna fight these guys. He's the biggest fraud. He's the Wilder, the fanboy's last hope. He's the Spence fanboy's last hope. The pro PBC guy's last hope. Like, they're not gonna risk it because they all.
That's why I say I agree with both. That's why I say I agree with both points.
I'm wondering when the money is actually going to happen for him on his own. Like when he'll actually bring in any kind of relevant money to the sport.
Well, let me say this, man. The other thing I wanted to address before that is Tank Davis being 5'4". I mean, that's not what his fault. That's the way he was born. I mean, it's if you got certain deficiencies and you choose to box, you gotta fight on with those deficiencies, and that's what he's got. So, other people fought these weight bullies. Now all of a sudden, Tank Davis doesn't want to do it. It does seem a little strange. But on the other hand, I do sort of respect the fact that he's saying, "Hey, fuck him, man. You're a weight bully. go fight in another weight class. Get out of my weight class. But then again, it's not really his weight class because he hasn't fought the best there either. So there's two ways to go about this. Now, when is he going to become a star, Don Malgazos? That's the other thing. Consistently, the guys who become stars are the guys who fight the best. And Tank Davis ain't fighting the best. So as long as he keeps fighting the Lamont Roaches and the Frank Martins of the world, his profile ain't going to grow.
Yeah, and
That's what I always say.
Stop bringing guys up from light heavyweight. From super lightweight or something. Just stop bringing guys up in weight. Just fight guys that are there.
Exactly.
You got one belt. You got one belt 10 years ago. You guys realize that I've said it many times, and I'm going to say it, and I'm going to keep saying it every time somebody mentions Tank. The last time he fought a legitimate champion and won a fight from a legitimate champion, a guy took a belt from someone, not a baby belt, not a Burger King belt, but a real belt. In January, it will have been 10 years since he fought Pedraza. That's the last time.
Hey, all of that shit is true, but the truth is, all these guys would take Tank's career over their own, because at the end of the day, these guys want to make the kind of money Tank is making. The type of popularity Tank has is the truth. T.O. would trade all his belts for what Tank has. I promise you. That's why he's always complaining about money. He's begging Crawford for a fight. He's begging all these guys for a fight because that's what he wants. Facts. Tank is not begging anybody for a fight.
Tank is not making Canelo money. He's not making that money that's going to really last forever.
Compared to his peers, he is.
About how much compared to his peers he is? He's not making that money at all. What the fuck?
You're saying Teofimo Lopez? You're saying Teofimo Lopez is sitting around at his house going, "Oh boy, I wish I could sell 60,000 pay-per-views or 150,000 pay-per-views." Oh boy!
Yeah, okay, we went.
Oh my God!
He's like a small arena, bro. Like
100,000 pay-per-views. That would be grand.
Hey, it's not. You can't sell a fucking picnic, bro. It is what it is.
Fucking shit.
All right, guys. Hold on.
Time out. This guy's grasping for straws.
Oh,
like, what other point are you gonna make? Now it's like, oh, well, he's too small, and then like, oh, well, yeah, these guys, oh, he didn't fight these. Oh, well, these guys, I wish they had. And I'm like, yo, well, like you're just like kind of just you're skirting around every point that you're getting shot down on. Like, yo, I'm telling you, bro, I respect the passion, but Tank is not that guy. Tank is a fraud, bro. He's not gonna fight nobody. He doesn't want to fight nobody. He's a pussy.
Okay, but my point is, I'm not trying to argue that Tank is a pound for pound or an all-time great. I'm saying that he is what he is. Y'all need to get over it, bro. He's what you call an attraction fighter. He's not here for legacy.
He's a lame.
He's not even that, dude. He don't even fucking sell.
Well, compared to his peers,
what peers? What fucking peers?
Shakur, all these guys, Devin, he's the biggest one. So that's what I mean.
Domestic level talent?
Hold on, Fellas, hold on. Let me say something. First of all, he's a bigger star apparently. By how much is the question? Because his so-called star power is dwindling because of what I mentioned. The fact that he's been fighting underdogs too often, too many odd match opposition is creating a stale product, and that's why his pay-per-view sales are declining. The other thing is this: those guys, you mentioned it before. Those guys who keep mentioning him, those guys keep calling him out in today's modern era. There's so many guys that he could be fighting, and he's not. So at the end of the day, yeah, he's making a little bit more than those dudes. But at the end of the day, if he retires tomorrow, what's his legacy really? Oh, I made a little bit more money than those guys without ever challenging myself. I don't know if he's going to be able to live with himself.
Well, also, if you want to make the most money possible, they call him like the second cash cow. If you want to make the most money possible, then fight the top guys in your division. I don't get it. You want to make more money, don't you?
So I'm going to say something. I'm going to say something real quick. You're not going to like. Tank Davis is basically like a mini version of Mike Tyson. And I keep saying that because everybody that I talk to who's a casual boxing fan, they all say the same shit.
You don't even have the same style.
You
don't even have the same style.
Just let him go, guys. Just let him go.
Bro, we can't have a discussion where everybody's talking, bro.
No, we'll give you your shovel. Go ahead. Dig yourself in.
All right, I'll dig myself. All right. So look, everybody that I talk to, that's a casual boxing fan all say the same shit. Who's your favorite fighter? Tank Davis. Tank Davis. It's all the same thing, bro. Like everywhere I go, it's Tank. So Tank has that Mike Tyson aura where people just assume he's gonna knock everybody out. I know you guys have seen it already. Tank wins every fantasy matchup that you put him in. Oh, he's gonna knock this guy out. He'll knock that guy out. That's how people used to talk about Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson had that aura. Let me finish. Mike Tyson had that aura where people thought he was a monster and nobody could beat him, and he didn't even have to fight these guys. It didn't matter.
As each other. Nowhere near. Nowhere. Everybody in the fucking world knows who Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson's fought at 50.
You obviously don't listen, but that's okay, bro. Go ahead.
All right.
I didn't say anything about popularity, but go ahead.
Jesus, nowhere near as popular as each other. Not even in the same part.
Can I say that? Can I say the one thing? Yeah, I agree with the similarity of the reputation, but the same aura? No, bro. Like that's not Mike Tyson. I went to the last Tyson fight here in Texas, bro. Everybody was there for him. I mean, he's like a global icon, and people just revere this guy. Nobody's gonna revere Tank Davis 40 years later after his career is over like Tyson is now. He has a similar reputation of being a bruiser, but he's nowhere near that, bro. The style is kind of like, oh yeah, they both go for it, but that's about it. It's similar to, but the aura, not even close, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about like Mike Tyson, like on like what? Like his basic pay-per-view numbers, even if he was fighting like an overmatched opponent. Like I think he fought like Francois Bosa, and that did like 750,000 pay-per-view buys. That's a star when you can fight anybody.
Yeah,
sell
exactly. Oh, hey, did he weight train Razor Ruddock? Did it weight train Razor Ruddock? He had a clause or no? Oh, okay, sorry.
He was like light heavyweights. So he brought up light heavyweights.
Yeah. He brought up cruiserweights. Right. That's right. He brought up cruiserweights to fight him. Sure. That was it. Light heavyweights, cruiserweights.
Yeah, and then he didn't call nobody out. He fought once a year. Like, no, you can't even fucking compare these.
Oh, no, but similarities are there. You don't see it. Oh, fuck. What the fuck?
Guys, Dirk turned into Leonard Ellerby. Well, I talked to my barber and he's saying Tank Davis is his favorite fighter, etc. Man, look, the only similarity between Tank Davis and Tyson is their height. Is their height in comparison to their opponents, and is his punching power. Tank Davis may look one single.
He doesn't even have power.
Let him finish.
Please let him finish. I'm going to walk to the bar across the street.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Tank Davis looks like Tyson for just 2 seconds of his entire fights. The moment he lands a knockout punch. Beside that, he's way too defensive in comparison to Tyson's style. It's obvious. Needless to even talk about it. Sorry, Madrazos. Go on.
Well, I mean, does he really have power? Because seriously, has he really shown us that power versus elite guys? No, because he never fights elite guys. So how do we know the power is real? It's not.
No, it's
not until he proves it versus elite guys.
Yeah,
like that's crazy. People say, "Oh, wait, he's got that power." No, he versus who? Everybody looks like a puncher when they're fighting.
Exactly.
He has power, but it's not.
Mike Tyson, as soon as he moved up and started fighting elite guys, what happened? He wasn't knocking those motherfuckers out. He was stunning them, but he wasn't fucking knocking guys out that were super real. Like the real champs, Holyfield, when he fought Lennox. I mean, when he fought Lennox, he was past his prime, but still.
And that might happen. That might happen to Tank too. That might happen to Tank. So that's where some similarities come in.
Look, I'm the biggest Mike Tyson fan. I think he could have beat any heavyweight ever.
When he was like 21.
Yeah, but the thing is, but when he was fighting after he got out of jail, he didn't want to fight. His heart wasn't in it. His head wasn't in it. He was doing it just to get out of debt. Like everybody was stealing from him. He was doing cocaine. Like if he was the young Tyson, a guy with clean Mike Tyson, motivated Mike Tyson, then I think he could have beat anybody because he showed it. He actually showed it. Tank hasn't shown anything.
Yeah, exactly, Southpaw. I mean, it's a striking difference in between Tyson before and after 88, because before he was throwing combos nonstop, going to the head and body and using head movement. Especially after prison, he turned into one punch seeking haymakers and without too much head movement.
Yeah, that's true. Well, the lower back also was injured too. So that was another contributing factor because you can't move like that if you're lower back. Yeah. So
they were kind of.
What I was going to say is I could walk to the bar across the street and just ask every single person in the bar if they know who Tank Davis is and Mike Tyson is, and I guarantee you right now I can bet you guys $100. Maybe one guy will know who Tank Davis is. Maybe one guy. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just saying. There's nowhere near the same ballpark. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. Most of the times when I ask a casual, "Hey, who's your favorite boxer?" They'll be like, "I don't even watch boxing. I watch you."
Yeah, like he's got a good cult following. Like that's what I would call, especially in Maryland. He has a pretty big niche fan base. But to say like he's a superstar, I think that's a bit too much to say. That he could become one. I'll agree with Dirk there. But he's got to fight the fights, and he's not doing
it. He's running out. He's 30 years old. Well, there are fights out there, though. That's the good thing for Tank. That's just the problem is making them, apparently.
Yeah, and also,
but the thing is, like, he's already a ticking time bomb because he's like, but he's similar to Spence, where Spence took a lot of shots to the head. He didn't treat his body well, and so in his 30s. He's not gonna age well. He's gonna hit that wall. Right. He probably already has. You know what? And one fuck, man, I'm out.
And one loss, you're right. And one loss could set him back could actually put him out of the game.
Yes, I don't think he'd have the mental fortitude to come back. No, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Listen, he also hasn't been in any war.
Fight Ryan again because he knows if he loses that fight again, he'll never recover from that mentally, emotionally, or even with the public. So he
would never lose to Ryan Garcia.
Never. Come on, man.
Never. Ryan doesn't have the IQ to beat a Tank Davis.
Did you just say Tank Davis will never lose to Ryan Garcia?
He would never. I'll repeat.
What was
Wait. You don't need an IQ to beat fucking David. Like, look at Rolly. He was winning rounds again.
Stop it. You better have some sort of skill.
Fucking stop it.
You're a one trick pony.
Plus, you make it seem like your boy didn't get a gift decision against Isaac Cruz.
That
was definitely a gift decision.
He beat that motherfucker with a missing chromosome with one hand, bro.
Oh, that was a gift,
bro. That was a gift. He got a gift.
It was that. Yeah, just like you want to call Floyd too. Like y'all get out of here.
Hold on, let me jump in here real quick, bro. You want to say Pitbull Cruz is missing a chromosome, bro? Gervonta Davis can't even speak English. That's the only language you fucking know.
Yeah. Can't speak English and still beat him with one hand, bro. That's cool.
That was a rumor.
Yeah, I got to show me how to use it though. Let me see. I think I don't have mine.
What? You're breaking up, man. You're breaking up. What else? How long have we been in? We've been here for
not enough.
3 hours and 50 minutes. Well, let's keep going. It's a big fight, guys.
Let's keep shitting on Gervonta Davis.
Let's move on. Is there anything else we can talk about? Hey,
yeah, bro. I mean,
did we get your prediction? Wait, hold on. Let me just hold on. Predictions here. We have some people here that I don't think we wrote down your predictions.
Usyk. I got Usyk.
How?
Knockout.
You want to give a round?
I'll say 8th round.
All right. Amok.
Yeah.
Did we get your prediction? I don't know.
No, I got Usyk by decision, but I hope Fury wins so we can get a trilogy.
All right. Who else is here? Usyk by decision. Anybody else? All right.
Well, did Southpaw left to give one?
Is he there? Southpaw? He left. No, he's there. But he's cutting out.
He's at a bar and grill.
All right.
It sounds like an excuse.
Yeah, an excuse. He's pretending he can't hear us. All right. Anything else? Okay, Boots and is. Sorry, we're talking about Tank. What else?
Tank.
What are the big fights happening next year?
Well, the only fight that matters next year is going to be Canelo Crawford, bro.
I mean, that's happening, I guess. I mean, what else is there for Canelo?
I don't think that fight should happen.
Look at my chops.
I think it should happen.
Nah.
I think it most definitely should happen.
It's good for boxing, no? Is it?
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
It's two guys at the top of the pound for pound list fighting again.
You might get some casuals to watch it.
No, for sure.
You put it with a good undercard, and that's gonna help boxing. I don't know how much, but it's gonna help boxing.
I don't know, but I think Crawford gets brutally stopped in that fight.
I agree.
I have a feeling that Canelo's gonna fight. Okay, so and Billy was gonna fight Pacheco, but Pacheco's fighting someone else now, right? He's fighting that Nelson guy. So I have a feeling. I've heard Bob Arum say he's want to work with Canelo before. I have a feeling that there could be a cross promotion or something where Canelo could fight him Billy, and then he could throw Teofimo on his undercard.
That's a good undercard with Teofimo in there.
Yeah, because so Teofimo's having all these issues with Bob Arum, the top rank. He's trying to leave or whatever, and he's having a hard time getting fights. You know, he couldn't get that Devin Haney fight. He couldn't get this Ennis fight. He couldn't get that Crawford fight. He can't get that Davis fight.
Dude, this is the thing I don't understand about his career. It's like, I mean, stay busy, fight fucking Regis Prograis, fight somebody else.
That's why he fought Claggett.
I know, but like he could fight a Regis Prograis. He could fight and then until somebody gets freed up, then he could fight somebody else.
Who's fought Brian Norman? Why didn't he fight Brian Norman?
Who's the Puerto Rican guy that lost?
Why didn't Ennis fight Brian Norman?
Yeah, why?
Because Brian Norman is a duck.
Who's the Puerto Rican guy again? That was that everybody was like, he's a Terminator.
Matias.
Shakur Stevenson.
No,
Teo should fight Hitchens. Isn't he from New York?
Yeah, there's a lot of guys you can fight, bro. There's a lot of guys, and top rank makes fights. I just don't know what the fuck. It's got to be him.
Hitchens is a horrible style matchup for Teo. They would never take that fight.
It's got to be Teofimo, dude, because top rank does make fights. I just don't get Teofimo's whole thing. He's a prima donna. The guy, I mean, if he doesn't fight anybody relevant in the next year, I think the guy should just hang him up and just go away.
Well, didn't he give us 3 names that he wanted? He said Tank, Boots Ennis, and Crawford.
He
wants a black guy.
Ennis and Crawford are not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We know that's not going to happen. No one's stupid. That's not going to happen. Okay. But Tank, a fight with Tank Davis, that could be his last farewell. That could be a good fight.
No, Tank would never fight Teo. Tank would never fight Teo.
I'm just saying that could be the last hurrah. That could do good. That could do decent numbers. I see that
definitely a good number.
Tank would never fight Teofimo Lopez. Tank would never fight Teofimo Lopez. Says
why not?
Does anybody disagree with Recognize the Matrix?
But why? Okay, I'm asking you guys why not?
Because he's a little bitch.
Yeah,
I think he would. Did Teo look good in his
fucking cherry picker? That's why
he didn't look good. He didn't look good,
dude. He looked like shit against Claggett.
Hey guys, but you know what the crazy thing? You know what the crazy thing is about this whole tank situation?
You guys hear me?
No, you're cutting off. Recognize you're cutting off.
This whole tank situation is really helping Shakur Stevens to repair himself somewhat, because now Shakur is looking like this monster because everybody's clowning Tank about, oh, why are you making excuses? Like, what does he bring to the table? He hasn't done nothing. Like, he's making Shakur look scary because he doesn't want to fight him. That's crazy.
Shakur will never fight Tank. Tank will never fight Tio.
I think Shakur will fight Tank.
But recognize. Listen. Based on Teofimo's last fight, why wouldn't you take it? He looked like shit. He couldn't knock out Claggett, bro.
I'm not saying Tank can't beat him. The problem is that Tank will not fight anybody who's fully healthy in the ring. Haven't you noticed that?
Yeah, of course I noticed that. But look at how foolish Teofimo looks so many times. Like the guy's proven that.
Yeah. But hold on. No, I understand. But sometimes he looks good. But sometimes he shines. That's the thing. You never know with this guy. The Lomachenko fight and the Josh Taylor fight. And then
Lomachenko going into the fight was injured, and Josh Taylor had already arguably lost to Jack Carroll.
Still, they were elite fighters.
I mean, but you're right, because Tio might just fight up to his level of competition. Some guys do that. Yeah. If they can't get up for a guy that they know they're supposed to beat, I mean, it's hard to get up and go work hard like you would versus a guy that.
I give you a point on that because some guys do better in.
But you might be right. But you might be right. We don't know if it's this or that. It could be that he fights to his level, or that these guys, like Loma was small, Loma was older, Loma was injured, Josh Taylor was already over it, or he was already, and Josh Taylor was already over it. You know what I mean? Because you got to see how these guys look after they lose. Did that win age gracefully? And most of the time, it doesn't. So you both have a good point. We don't know which one it is. We got to see him fight.
Yeah, I just like Teofimo has more options. Teofimo has more viable options than Tank Davis, because Tank Davis is going to fight a scrub and that's it. But Teofimo actually has more options at his weight class that he could fight, that people will watch.
I agree.
Yeah, but
that's why I say I don't focus on the Tank fighting Tio, because I know Tank won't do it. Tank has already showed me that he's only interested in fighting guys who are dehydrated. He did it with Frank Martin. Look how bad Frank Martin looked on the scale. Look what he did with Ryan Garcia. The last time he fought somebody who didn't have problems.
Barrios.
The last time
Barrios too.
Barrios. The last time he fought somebody that didn't have a problem making weight, they almost beat him, and that was Isaac Cruz.
Yeah, and that didn't age well, because look, Isaac looks basic as fuck now. And you know what also didn't age well was the win over Ryan, because you look at the next fight and Ryan looked like a totally different person. I mean, have you seen that picture side to side when the fight versus Tank versus the fight versus what's his name? Devin. Man, Tank,
he was also in there with Devin.
Versus guy, he looked.
Hey, Larry, they turned Ryan into a fucking skeleton, man. It was bullshit.
Yeah, that was obvious.
When people deny the obvious when it comes to Tank, they're just capping. That's all that is. Like Ryan Garcia looked dehydrated. Like you know why he looked dehydrated? Because he was.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
There's no mystery to that. He was dehydrated.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I wish we would do away with the weigh-ins the day before. You know what I mean? I wish we would just cut the weight classes down. Like that's the one thing. Another thing UFC has over boxing. UFC has the original 8 weight classes boxing started off with, and boxing created so many weight classes, and now you can rehydrate because you got to weigh in sometimes 36 hours before. Because like Devin weaponizes the rehydration process, because he always wants that 36-hour window to get that snack shit working for him. You know what I mean? So we need to go back to that. And then of course the sanctioning bodies want more weight classes because that's more money in their pockets. That's more belts that people have to pay for. So man, it's just this is a problem all the way around with the weights and
those weight classes. Southpaw, those weight classes, the 154s, the 140s. Those used to be weight classes for a catch weight for a big mega fight, right? Then what they did was they're like, hey, fuck that, let's make belts for that too. Let's make it like a weight class where we will have more weight classes that we could sanction, fights that we can sanction. So that's the reason why that it continues to escalate. But yeah, look, I don't have a problem with it. But let's just call it what it is. When a guy obviously, he's laughing at his opponent, pointing in his face, you look dehydrated. That's all he's interested in. Now I'm talking about Tank. That's all he's interested in. He's over there laughing in Frank Martin's face, like, yo, bro, you look at you look like you dead. I don't respect that. That dude would, and I would give him a great chance to beat Tio, but he doesn't give himself a great chance unless a guy like Tio is dehydrated.
And this is all facts, man. But and I don't want to sound like a hater. I want to be a fan of Tank. I wish he would fight the guys, even if he lost. I would still like him for his style, and if he was willing to take these guys, and because he's a different kind of guy. We have all these different characters. He's the guy from the hood. Then you got Devin Haney, who's the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and then you got Lomachenko, who's the guy from he's like the guy from overseas. We have all these different guys from different backgrounds and different characters. It would be badass if they just all fought, man. It's just I don't want to hate Tank. I wish he was a guy that I could root for, but you can't, bro, because I'm tired of the act.
I agree. I just think that when people don't see the obvious, they just at this point they're lying when they're saying, "Oh, it's Tank will fight him. It's him." It's like, no, Tank's not interested in fighting anybody who's fully hydrated in that ring. No one. That shit scares him. It gives him nightmares.
You think and he's talking about retirement. That's big mentally, man. If somebody's already talking about retirement, they're just checked out.
Yeah, what's the reason why he can't fight them now? He's not with Mayweather anymore. He's not being controlled. It's obviously him. He's talking about retirement, which I think someone just mentioned. I mean, he doesn't want those fights.
But yeah, and that's the crazy thing. He's actually helping Shakur look better by making excuses and saying he's not. He's ducking Shakur, and he's supposed to be the tough guy. It should be the other way around. It's usually the cute boxer doesn't want to face the dangerous puncher, but in this case, the roles are reversed, where the quote unquote dangerous puncher, because again, we don't know if the power is real, is avoiding the slickster guy. So it's it's crazy. I've never seen a fighter this kind of dynamic where the puncher's avoiding the finesse guy, and I've never seen guys with a rehydration clause and a catch weight at the same time. It's never been done in history.
I think Tank wants to retire because he's tired of training. He's tired of putting in the effort.
He's gonna retire before Lomachenko.
But the thing is,
yeah, it's true.
Tank is making money, but he's not making money that's gonna last him forever. That's what's crazy. He's making money, but he's not making Canelo money. He's not making Usyk money. He's not making AJ money. You know what I mean? He doesn't even want to play with Turkey's money. You know what I mean? So it's going to be a bad ending because he's going to end up eventually coming back and having to fight these guys when he's in his 35, 36 when he runs out of money, because he has problems outside of the ring that are expensive. So, and he's, like I said, he's not making that coasting money. So he's a dummy, man. When Eddie Hearn said that he's not a bright guy and they try to make it into a racial thing, no, he was telling the truth. He's not he's kind of dumb.
He won't retire. We all know that shit. He won't retire by the end of 2025. He'll still be there until 35 or some shit.
Yeah, his mother's gonna eat all the money. Yeah?
If he leaves boxing, I think he's gonna put on a shit ton of weight, and he's gonna have to lose it all and come back and get his ass kicked.
His mother's gonna eat all the money. She's gonna say, "Oh, thank! I want a Louis Vuitton. I want a Mercedes, my baby." Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The training over pregnant women can also get expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks like a spender. He doesn't look like someone that saves. So
yeah.
Or invests or anything like that.
And if he has to stay out of trouble, he'll have to pay lawyers and shit. A shit ton of money. I doubt that he can stay out of trouble. Legal trouble, that is. Yeah, he's not leaving boxing. He needs to step up, man. There's no reason. You can't blame Floyd anymore. Go ahead, Bucha.
Yeah, Devin Haney even worse. He's a Muslim guy. He dates prostitutes.
All right. In the chat, Protectorate General says, "Who's Turkey asking Tank to fight? What has Turkey said about Tank Davis? Anybody know? I don't know. I haven't heard what Turkey say anything about Tank Davis, to be honest. That would be interesting, though, to know what Turkey wants with regards to Tank Davis. I don't even know what Tank Davis even wants himself. What's his objective? What, is he going after anybody? Thanks.
No, he never mentioned anything.
He never mentions anything, huh? That's the thing. Well, he said something big's happening in 2025. What the fuck
Yeah,
is
he
that
believes.
mean?
No.
What
Who
does
the
that
fuck
mean?
knows? There's gonna be some stupid fight he's gonna announce.
Mark T says, does Turkey even care about PBC fighters? Maybe he doesn't mention those fighters for a reason. Maybe he knows there's no way he can get them. I don't know.
Oh shit, it'll be nice if like Saudi Arabia or like Turkey did like some kind of like tournament at 135 where they have all the champions in and then elect the number one contenders and other top guys there. That would be awesome. But
yeah,
I don't think Davis would join that.
No,
you know, there'll be a lot of money on the line.
PBC fighters wouldn't be part of it, but now that we have Queensberry, Matchroom, well, Top Rank, Golden Boy on the zone, you could come up with that tournament. I guess, I'm assuming. I don't see why not. King KO says Tank wants 3 Ferraris from Turkey now. Oh yeah, remember that, guys?
Oh yeah, and Turkey said I got 2 boxing gloves for you.
Yeah, so there was some sort of interaction between those two. All right, guys. Anything
which
else?
again shows you. No, I was just about to say, which just shows you the mentality of those PPC guys. So if Alalchik offers them any type of contract, I hope it's only going to be to work for him to wash his camel's cock.
Yeah.
He can employ them as his camel cock washers.
No, but you're right. That really shows you the type of mentality that these people have. Bray says,
I mean, all these other guys are having more or less serious negotiations with him about contracts, etc. But these guys talking about Ferrari, etc. Just trying to find a way to wiggle out of those offers for serious fights. Sorry for cutting you off.
no, I'm just writing down a prediction here. Bray says Fury by split decision. What else? Well, that's pretty much it, guys. Anything else you guys want to talk about? Or should we end the show? Maybe we should end it. We've been here for 4 hours and 16 minutes. All right, let's call it a night, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Take care. Thank you for joining the show. All right, guys, on YouTube, we've been here for 4 hours, so I think that's enough, I guess. Tomorrow, don't forget, there's gonna be an immediate post-fight show. Immediate post-fight show, so stay tuned for that. And during the fight, we'll be on Discord chatting. If you want to join, link in the description. And yep, have a good night. And let's hope that we get an amazing fight tomorrow. All right. See ya. This one's better.